streaming at the moment. Hold on for a second. Alright, sorry about that. I had to inform my brother I was doing some streaming there. So, anyways. So, yeah, I've been playing another game, by the way, called King Arthur. I believe I have it on here. No. Actually, called King Arthur Knight's Tale. Yeah. So, that's a particularly interesting game. I may end up getting it at some point in time in the future. I'm sort of playing it as a torrent. You know, I mean, we all torrent games. I mean, come on, seriously. It's a thing. Some of us torrent games just to see if we want to get the game efficiently. Primarily because then we don't have to worry about, like, glitches plaguing the game up until, like, some torrent guy decides to go ahead and release a new one. Which some of them do. Like, Fate Girl is one in particular that I tend to reference in everything. So, but yeah, it's a pretty good game. Apparently you can become a Christian or you become a follower of the old faith. You play as Sir Mordred, but not as a good / bad guy. You actually get to decide whether or not he's good or bad. You know, based on
Is this the bridge Freya spoke of?
No, we're still on the realm travel bridge. We're after the Bridge of the Damned. The dead use it to cross into their permanent home, the city of Helheim. The bridgekeeper who minds admission, he's the one we want. Just follow this bridge. Should lead us straight to him. You know, I'd really hope never to see this place again.
I wonder if I can come back here. It'd be pretty interesting to check out.
Watch out!
Okay, let's see what kind of skills I need to go ahead and get for this one then. One here, and this one, as well as this one, and this one. Seems to be some other things that we've got here. I'm going to save most of my stuff for this here. We're gonna wait until we end up getting out of this realm before we start doing any upgrades on that. So.
Use the fire of your blades to burn away that hell's bramble blocking the path.
Yeah, I think I know what to do here. Alright, so it's this.
One of the many reasons we went back for those blades.
That is interesting.
Oh, this is all wrong. Only the newly dead should be here. There's too many. The gate must be closed, and if the gate's closed, then it's true. Hell's full up. Without the Valkyrie to sort and cull them, hell is overwhelmed.
Wonder why hell is overwhelmed. I guess that might be the issue of like the walkers and whatnot being. I love this kind of stuff.
What? Now what?
Find a way around. So, by the way, we're going to be doing a 9-hour stream for the record. That's right. 9 whole hours. Maybe I'll have an hour a break at some point. But, yeah. In fact, I gotta go ahead and do something real quick. I figured I'd get some water, and I get myself a little cup of pudding. Jello chocolate pudding, always great. So I will stream the first 4 hours and then take a bit of an hour-long break. Come back and I'll go ahead and finishing it off for about 5 hours. Maybe I might do a 3 hour. Maybe I might do 3 hours and then another hour break. And then finish off with 2 hours. So, but I don't know. Perhaps that will be it. I know my limit is to stream for. My limit on my account is to stream for about 12 hours. So. But yeah, and we'll have plenty to talk about. In fact, let's go and pick a topic here, and let's go and talk a little bit about Elon Musk owning Twitter now, because I'm kind of curious about that. For anyone in the chat, if you want to go ahead and give your thoughts on this particular issue, or just let me know. But I'll be perfectly honest, Elon Musk is an awful fucking person. So I don't really expect much to come out of this whole ordeal, other than maybe pure awfulness. However, that's my expectations. What do I think is really going to happen, though, in terms of reality? Because those are the expectations, and then there's, what I think is probably going to happen, most likely. Probably nothing. And I'll be honest, the only thing that will probably happen is that like people
When
probably
we
won't
killed
get.
the Reavers near my home, they came here. How did they return so quickly?
Time doesn't move the same between all realms, especially where the spirit world is concerned.
Like the light of Alfheim.
The opposite, in fact. The Lake of Souls feels faster than Alfheim time, but Hell is much slower than Midgard. Sorry, I'm sure that's confusing.
If we will be back to my son all the sooner, that is good.
Ah, aren't you a quick study?
Well, that was kind of useless to go there. Am I supposed to go up here, or what's the deal? Okay, yeah. Ah, there we go. That's where we were supposed to go. So, yeah, I kind of messed up there. Anyways, Elon Musk owning Twitter. What are my thoughts on the whole topic? I'm being perfectly honest. What I expect to happen is that not much is probably going to happen. And what I mean by not much is that, I mean, probably very little will change in terms of TOS because it's entirely possible that his staff will be able to inform him why it's like very beneficial to have things kind of remain the same as they are. But then there's of course the simple fact that he is a self-aggrandizing asshole who would rather have Twitter by and large become a dystopian hellscape as long as he can go ahead and get some memes out of it that self-aggrandize himself. So yeah. Does that mean that Twitter will go to hell in a handbasket? Maybe. As far as like why I think Musk is an awful person, I mean, come on, seriously. First of all, we're talking about someone who, by and large, has very little regard for his workers. I mean, he made them work through COVID, for fuck's sake. And in that regard, they caught COVID. And not only that, he like is preventing them from unionizing and throwing out threats of unionization or whatever, you know. I mean, it's not as bad as Amazon, believe it or not, pissing in bottles and all that stuff. But he does, like, steal people's work. He takes credit for the stuff. He overpromises shit and then makes cringe fucking products and all that stuff. Like the shatterproof glass, the fucking car that looked like if you crash into it, it would just... Ooh. Yeah. The other thing...
This Valhalla, is it within hell?
Oh, no. Valhalla is part of Asgard. Only the worthy dead go there, the warriors who die in glorious combat. Hell is for those who die in dishonor.
Criminals.
Aye, and those dead of disease, mishap, age.
It is dishonorable to grow old.
Well, Never too late to go out fighting, I suppose.
So yeah, the guy is awful with regards to workers' rights, and if nothing else, that's like the one thing that I will say matters above all else is workers' rights. Primarily because workers' rights, they sort of intersect with so many different other rights, such as civil
That climb
rights.
there
By
could lead
and
us out.
large.
We could reach it.
You know, you also have like female rights too, as well intersecting with that because of like the anti-harassment stuff. It should be pretty obvious how deeply endemic it is to have workers' rights as an important bylaw within the country. In fact, if it's ever enshrined in the Constitution, that's basically going to be a huge win for labor rights as well as civil rights all throughout the area. And one of the reasons is because, well, when you provide like labor rights to people as much as possible, you won't really have conservatives wanting to go ahead and do shit like, you know, trying to take people's try to take other people's you know, you won't have conservatives standing in the way. You won't have much politicians doing much other than making up shit about the culture war. And if they're people will fit if they're not agitated, both socially, culturally, or even economically, even in such a fashion. It's like, well then, they're not going to be in the way. They're not going to stand much of a chance there. And most conservatives will go and look at the fear mongering, saying that, what the fuck are you guys talking about? They're gay, but yeah, okay, whatever. Like, I don't like it particularly, but like they're living their life, they have theirs and whatnot. We have ours already, as far as we're concerned. Why the fuck would we want to take away their rights when we have like literally no reason to do so other than like claim bigotry, you know? And some of the conservatives are genuinely bigoted, you know. It even goes so far as to say a lot of them are. But you know, you have to wonder about how many of them are just agitated by like culture war nonsense issues involving children. You know, how many of them are whipped up in their frenzy with that regard? You know, these whole pump and dump schemes like CRT and whatnot. I say pump and dump because if you look at the charts and whatnot, in terms of search engines and search results, which is where we get a lot of our information from, you find a pretty interesting trend of CRT becoming really relevant and then dumping off and just dropping off. Critical race theory. So let's see, past 5 years. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So, in fact, let's go to past. Yeah, let's go all the way to 2004. So, as I was saying here, let's see here. Yeah, as you can see here, critical race theory was pretty much like a non-issue in like the entirety going forward. Or like it jumps up a little bit around here, but not too much. Anywhere near the result that it's got now. This national fucking topic here. You got little bitty spikes here, probably in reference to like the release of a book here and there, which is like around that time. I mean, if you look at the spaces here, it's like 2 of them within the same year, or not necessarily within the same year, but they're pretty much apart from each other too. One which you would say that's a book release. That's a book release. This is a series of book releases, and then all of a sudden it spikes up. Ooh, that's a big spike. What's up with that? September 2020. What's going on in September 2020? Oh, yeah, that's right. The fucking George Floyd and the various different riots throughout the entirety of the country, which were blamed on like BLM. Okay, that makes a little bit of sense, I guess. Like BLM in the 2020 area as well as like 2019, probably because we see it starting to rise at around 2019, and then 2020 comes about. Okay, then all of a sudden you have a huge spike, June 2021, and then dips off, then immediately dips off, and spikes back up, dips off, and that. So yeah, and if we were to look at that a little more presciently, let's say within the last 5 years, yeah, as you can see here, it's picked up, became a bit of an issue, dropped off, then picked up again, then went way up here, as you can see in the whole 100s area. And where were these search results coming from? Virginia, Montana, Nebraska, South Dakota, Idaho, mostly Republican areas, Republican-led areas. New Hampshire, Utah, Pennsylvania, Vermont, Ohio. All of these are fairly conservative, fairly Republican. You get a couple of purple districts. You get a couple of purple states here and there, but for the most part, it's like completely Florida. I'm surprised that Florida was at the top. It's at the top 20, so that's not surprising at all. Washington is like pretty blue, so there's that. You don't have that much, but it's like in the top. It's in the top 16. In fact, I think Washington is more of a purple state, if I'm not mistaken. Because there's like a sizable conservative population there, but I'm not too sure if it ever goes purple or not. But yeah, point being is that these are pump and dump schemes with the whole thing. There's not really much to it other than that. Conservatives whip people up in their frenzy. Then people get up into a frenzy. They start searching CRT. Then people start making CRT stuff. CRT starts popping up in people's search results and search engines. The algorithms sort of gain in that regard. Let's see here. I guess I've got to go ahead and push or pull something here. Let's see here. What do I have to do here? I'm not too sure. Let me check.
This?
Yeah, whatever. Okay. Okay. He skipped the part. He skipped it. The fucker skipped it. Seriously? He's like, let me just skip this. Fucking Jesus Christ. I hate it when they do that shit. No, not Escape from Helheim. Seriously. There we go, finally. Okay. Jesus Christ, man, it was a pain in the ass to find a video. Okay, okay, okay. I see. I see now. I didn't see this thing. Just need to look it up. It's kind of it was kind of a pain to actually find that video.
Killing the Bridgekeeper helped the dead leave Midgard.
I don't expect it will, though I don't suppose it will make things any worse either. It'll be one less obstacle for the living to reach the inner sanctum of Helheim. But who'd be mad enough to go there?
I don't know. Maybe Odin would. I mean, you know, he's living, isn't he? Is a god alive? Is a god really alive? You gotta wonder about that. Like, technically speaking, he can't die. So, but viruses aren't classified as being alive, even though they can be killed. So, Okay, so clearly Atreus can help me through here at some point then. So, yeah. I'm adjusting my camera here. Alright, there we go. Just had to adjust my camera there for a second. So it appeared that I could go ahead and come back here with Atreus, and I'll go ahead and do that once I start, like...
The Bridge of the
doing the
Damned.
rounds.
And there's the Keeper, making sure the dead are really dead.
What is that he holds?
That totem contains a powerful source of magical energy, the very power of Helheim itself. But what you want is his heart. Just take it and we can leave.
Jesus Christ, that giant
Start some
fucking
trouble.
thing.
You can do that, right?
Wait, he didn't even do anything. How's he... Wait, he teleports. God damn, I hate teleporting in the middle. They're the most annoying ones around. Come on. damn.
On your right! You don't look too good. Find you! Right side! Just moving a bit slow.
God damn, that thing just... Jesus Christ, man. I hate teleporting enemies. They're the fucking worst. Out of all the enemies I would ever mix in my game, teleporters are the worst. And to top it all off, he has this weird fucking little ball of plasma that he ends up producing that will sneak out and hit me. And he produces it whenever he teleports. That's like so unfair.
Everything's okay back there?
God damn. That took a while.
Now the heart, brother. You'll have to get your hands dirty.
So, yeah. One thing I think will happen though with Elon Musk, by the way, is that we all know for a fact that he's going to unban Donald Trump. We all know that various other people are going to get unbanned from the platform. Like Nick Fuentes might be one of the people as well as like Richard Spencer. I think Milo's banned from there too as well. So yeah, all these popular figures are going to start getting unbanned. That's something I'm pretty sure is probably going to happen. You know, people have said, oh no, he wants to create his own media space. He wants to do his own media stuff and whatnot. It's like, they ban you for criticizing Donald Trump if you go on his social media platform.
I have the heart. I need nothing more.
You're set. Better not to linger here, though, eh?
Kratos. Zeus.
Zeus?
My father.
Your father was Zeus? Well, that explains a lot.
What is that place?
Never go there. Understand?
How is he here? That is not possible.
It's just an illusion. Hell's known for torturing its inhabitants with their own past. We should focus on getting back to your son.
You know, I wonder if that's going to be a boss in the next movie. Or rather in the next game, I should say. Yeah, the next game. That thing. Like, I'm kind of curious. Why is it there? What is it? Is that like the giant King of the Valkyries or something like that? Is that what that is? I wonder why it didn't interfere when I killed the Keeper. You'd think that it would probably interfere if it's like some kind of guardian.
That lock needs a gust of hell's wind to open it.
Yeah. Ain't supposed to be here. It's cold. Real quick, give me your blades.
Why?
Yeah, I said I'd help you, and I aim to. Come on. My equipment's in Midgard. Be right back.
You don't suppose he'd nick those, do you?
There. Now they're ready for the winds of hell. Just target this magical glowy bit here with your blades and throw. Now target that wind trap with your blades. That little, see that? Now you can absorb and release the winds of hell whenever it damn pleases. So you're welcome and I'm leader. This place is cold enough to freeze a pair of pigeon eggs.
I sometimes wonder if there was once some sort of accident in his brain.
We have been away too long.
You say that and not with Sindri? I mean, come on, seriously. Brock is like a stereotypical dwarf. He's like what I would expect of a dwarf. Alright. Whew. Okay, I'm gonna have to come back here with the trays at some point. Okay. I knew there was a way to get to this chest.
Sorry, brother. I'm still stuck on what I heard back there. Zeus was your father?
Not now. We should focus on getting out of hell.
And with that, I cannot argue. I'll just contemplate that little nugget in silence then. There's no way I'm going to be able to get to this. So let's go ahead and go back to that video here and see how it is I'm supposed to do that. Hold on real quick. Let's go and do one of the escape Helheims. It'll be easier for me to get get it. Oh wait, hold on. Part 1. Oh wait, a tray. This is a trace. My bad. Okay, so I guess I'm going to go ahead and get the other one then. Okay, so let's see here. I fought him. Okay, alright, I see.
Oh, okay, okay. So there's one already available there. Okay, then that makes sense. That makes so much more sense. That makes so much more sense. I just didn't see it. Oh boy.
I felt that one, brother.
Rare blade pommels, okay. Deadly blade pommels, okay. Trying to get the strength on any successful kill. Very nice, very nice. Wow, it's only been about like an hour. Huh. Well then. Huh, okay. Alright. I think I can make that. Come on. Come on. God damn. I was hoping to have them over there, but yeah. Alright, now I can go ahead and do this in peace then, without being interrupted every 5 fucking feet. Jesus Christ, man, that was bad. Okay. Alright, now I know where it's at. I thought it was up there, but nah. That was like... too far away. Is there anywhere, anything else I can do here? There's a chest up there, so... Oh, yeah. Chest I missed. Let's see how he does it real quick. See how that one guy does it. I'm pretty sure he probably does it too, so you know. Ah, okay, I see. Yeah, okay, so it's right up there then. Didn't even see it. I thought it was a bit ridiculous that I had to go all the way over there to get it. See here, where is it? Okay, nah. Oh, it's all the way over there. You gotta be fucking kidding me here. How the fuck was I supposed to ever figure that out? Fuck. Like, let me show you what I mean here. I mean, it's all the way over here. See that? I was never going to find that on my own. Like, what the fuck? That's like tucked away in there. Some of these places, man. Seriously. Okay, what other impossible place is this thing hiding exactly, huh? Okay, do from there. Just see him get it then. Okay, he's looking around for it then. Oh, okay, all the way on the other side then. Okay, I see. My bad. I should have known. God damn. That is kind of a pain in the ass, honestly. Light runic Light runic attacks. Light.
You made it! Better get home to your boy already.
Yeah.
We shouldn't delay, brother. It's straight back to Midgard with that heart.
Where's Midgard? Did I pass it? Svartalfheim, Asgard, Niflheim, Muspelheim, Vanaheim, Jotunheim. Oh, return to Midgard. That's what it was. Yeah, okay, so yeah.
Your father was Zeus. understand. I'm dangling from the hip of the bloody ghost of Sparta.
Do not call me that.
Oh, don't mistake me, brother. From what I heard, the Pantheon had it coming. It's still a bit to take in. I knew you hate gods, but you really can't stay away from them, can you?
You must say nothing to the boy. He must never know.
Bollocks, brother. Respectfully, bollocks. He has to know. He'll never be whole without the truth. Look, I get it. You hate
This is
the
a nice
gods,
loading screen, by the
all
way.
Gods. It's no accident that includes yourself. And it includes your boy. You see that? He feels that. He can't help what he is. He can't begin to help it because you haven't even told him. It's all connected, man.
You will tell him nothing.
It's all connected, man. What a hippie sort of sentiment. Oh man, don't get me wrong. I like it. It's good and all that stuff. It's a good sentiment, but
So you know that shortcut between realms? Well, I made it better. Or I might have broke it.
We use that.
I know you do. So I took a few gusts from them winds of hell and made it so it ain't just one way. Now you can use it to travel to and from. If I didn't break it.
Then we can take it to Freya.
There's an idea, brother.
that would have been so much better actually to have. Like, holy
Might be
Christ!
some kinks to sort out, but you'll make it.
Just go, brother.
Interesting.
Well, this isn't right. But close enough. He did say there were kinks.
We must hurry. The heart.
You have it.
Yes.
Back of your hand.
He is still ill.
I can break the fever. But to heal,
He must know the truth of what he is.
yes.
It is not so simple.
Help me prop him up.
You know, I gotta say, this is a very interesting thing here. To go from the identity of being a mortal to being to being a god, it's gotta have some sort of, I don't know, trans reference or issues of like toxic identity, I guess you might call it. Because from what I recall, you know, based on from what I've seen, from playing the game up to this point, and I did play the game up to this point, I think, is that he gets fairly toxic knowing that he's a god. He starts bullying people around. He starts acting holier than thou. Starts acting as more important than most. So, and then he sort of snaps back to his old self. Which, okay, I get that. So yeah, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab myself a little bit of a snack here. Vanilla pudding. Gotta love it. Back now? And we're back to playing the game. Didn't take too long now, did it? Anyways, for those of you who have made it this far into the stream, I appreciate it. I appreciate you saying. Like, comment, and subscribe, by the way. Give me some feedback if you can. In fact, let me see if there's... who's watching in there. I've got to go ahead and get some kind of a... let's see here. Got one viewer. Yeah. Oh, nice. My my last stream got about 49 views, so I was actually quite happy with that. Yeah.
Did I tell you that I have a son, too? It's been forever since I last saw him. At his birth, the runes foretold a needless death. The babe in my arms was so small, so helpless. I knew right then I would do anything to protect him, no matter the sacrifice. Of course, everything I did for myself. I let my needs, my fears, come before what he needed. And I couldn't see his resentment until it was too late. Don't make the same mistake. Have faith in him. I know the truth isn't simple, but nothing is when it involves your child.
It is a curse. The boy has been cursed.
Don't leave without me.
I will not.
I'm better now.
I see that. Is he well enough to travel?
For now.
It won't happen again. I promise.
You see that it does not. Freya, I will not forget this.
Thanks.
Your father did the heavy lifting. You should stay, recover.
You have done enough.
You know my door is always open to you.
That's Venon, isn't it?
You figured that out, did you?
Well, the window looks like Bifrost crystal, and I know that's not what's on the other side of the wall. And, well, it makes you sad.
You are wise for one so young. Yes, this is a window to a home I left long ago. But it is only a view.
The thing that happened to you in Alphon. You can't leave Midgard, can you?
A gift from my former husband upon our separation.
Why would Odin trap you in Midgard?
Petty cruelty would be reason enough for him. But as with all his rash decisions, he's driven by fear. The Vanir were the greatest threat to the Aesir until our marriage brokered peace. Many of the Vanir now think I betrayed them. The fruits of my sacrifice. to be hated by my own kind. To trap me here is to ensure I can never make it right.
So I was wondering, why do you live under a turtle?
He was my first friend here in Midgard. He offered me shelter, and in return I provide him with protection against the evils of the forest.
Golden boar, giant turtle? You sure have some interesting friends.
Will there be more dialogue to do here?
Now then, before Modi so rudely interrupted us, we were just about to explore Tyr's vault.
Yes, to find the Black Rune. Boy, do you know the way from here?
Oh, I don't know.
Sure you do, lad. We need a boat.
I don't know. I guess we need a boat.
Okay then.
Ah, would you look at that? So there's some kind. Okay. Let's see what. Jesus Christ. I pushed the wrong button there. Let me go ahead and see if we can find that. Turtle's Tribute, okay. Let's see here. Come on already. There we go. let's check out the Ben Shapiro's latest culture war claim while we're on my break there. I'll go ahead and do that. Hold on. Let's take a look at this real quick. See what the deal is. Hold on.
Who initiates the culture war matters.
Conservative propagandist Ben Shapiro has come out with his dumbest claim yet. Let's check it out.
So you got Amber Phillips, staff writer, over at the Washington Post. How Florida Governor Ron DeSantis wages his culture wars. Perhaps no politician has been as effective at waging today's culture wars as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He didn't initiate the culture war. You guys did. Who initiates the culture war matters. If you
I'm sorry, but what? Conservatives are suppressing anything and everything that doesn't conform to their particular reference with regards to what they would like to see in culture. They have a preference for their own cultural norms, and therefore anything that they see that's out of their norm, they don't like, and they immediately try to straw man and misrepresent or whatever. Conservatives have always done this. Throughout the history of conservatism, that has always been the case.
You punch me, and then I punch you back. I didn't initiate the fight. You initiated the fight. And if I finish the fight, good for me. But again...
What? So the fight is trans acceptance, LGBT acceptance, gay acceptance, atheist acceptance. That's... So to accept our identities and to accept our preferences for what we would like to see in society, in terms of that, to just accept our existence. By the way, I'm not LGBT at all. I'm an atheist, so I consider myself a part of atheist rights and whatnot, and because people like Ben Shapiro will probably deny, if he was a fundamentalist enough, he would deny that I am an atheist, that everyone knows in their heart of hearts is God. In fact, if he was a Christian, he would be spewing that sort of nonsense. So, and he's already anti-gay based on the Bible, even though the Bible doesn't really have that much to say actually about gay people.
Again, the left has to portray the Republicans as the aggressors here. There's not a single social issue in America where Republicans are the aggressor over the course of the last 30 years. Not one.
Bullshit. What do you call being the aggressor in the culture war, Ben? Do you honestly think that just, hey, I'm gay, I want you to just accept the fact that I'm gay and move on with your life? Is that seriously a culture war issue in which it's one is initiating violence onto the other person? No, that there's no accepting a trans woman and her identity and her gender identity has nothing to do whatsoever with initiating or initiating any form of violence or whatever upon the behalf of the culture war. It's nothing. It's just saying, hey, this person's trans. They want you to accept the fact that they're trans and accept their identity as a woman because that helps with their psychological well-being. That's not initiating violence. That's just asking to be a polite person and be considerate of their identity. What the fuck, Ben? Seriously? Being considerate of one's identity and asking you to do that is declaring a war on you. Are you fucking kidding me here?
One, this country has been moving progressively to the left on social issues for decades on end. You cannot name a social issue.
America's moving to the left, therefore it's a culture war issue. What a bunch of nonsense.
On which the American governmental structure has moved to the right. It does not exist. It doesn't. I challenge anybody on the left.
Hold on, what was that?
On which the American governmental structure has moved to the right.
What the fuck is he talking about? The governmental structure of America has not moved to the left. It's moved further to the right. Hell, the center, which the government used to legislate, has been moved to the right. What the fuck are you talking about, Ben? So You sound like a deranged lunatic when you make those claims.
It does not exist.
You sound like Maggie Mayfish saying that Zack Snyder is a Randian objectivist and a follower of Jerry Falwell when she presents like no evidence for that claim, none. Like you sound just as delusional as she does.
Yes, it doesn't. I challenge anybody on the left to bring me one issue where the governmental structure of the United States, the legislative structure of the United States, has moved to the right over the course of the last 30 years.
The Federal Reserve System has been moving progressively to the right over the last 30 years. Ayn Rand's fucking boyfriend or lover or whatever the fuck you want to call it, Alan Greenspan, was working under the Federal Reserve under George W. Bush. It's within the last 30 fucking years. You have the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, getting more and more increasingly despondent with their ability to be able to service their fucking job, and they've taken a more and more hands-off approach with regards to dealing with regulations. One of the reasons why the Gulf of Oil, the Mexican Gulf, ended up getting the BP oil spill, basically. One of the reasons why the Gulf of Mexico got hammered by that particular drill site was because of the lack of regulations put forth by the EPA, which, by the way, is a conservative thing that conservatives have wanted for quite some time. They want less environmental protection in there, and they got it, and we got the BP oil spill as a result. Like, there are two agencies I just named off the top of my head over the last 30 years who has moved progressively to the right in the last 30 years. What the fuck are you talking about, Ben?
The only case you can make is in some states on abortion, and that's only because there was an artificial quash on abortion law put in place in 1973 by the Supreme Court in Roe.
Yeah, and you conservatives have been bitching and moaning and whining and saying stuff about the Supreme Court decision on Roe v. Wade because you can't stand the fact that women have a capacity to be able to choose whether or not they want to get an abortion or not. Even though Roe v. Wade is just one part of the issue there, which like you have a tax on Planned Parenthood, you have a number of issues surrounding CRT, for example, in which books are like being banned and whatnot because of like critical race theory, when in fact it's not. It just mentioned like Texas has banned books containing Martin Luther King Jr. references to that, containing it to Malcolm X, containing to Huey Newton. It's like, okay, like that's clearly racist in a lot of ways, but it's also conservative. It's happening amongst conservative states. It's happening with conservative values. Ben just sounds like a delusional retard. I'm just gonna say it right out. I didn't want to say it, but I just have to say it. It's just like Ben is legitimately making retarded points. Like just low IQ, like in the 60s range, genuinely retarded.
Every other issue, literally all of them, we have moved to the left. Every single one. But the idea is that if Ron DeSantis says no, this means that he is the aggressor now. Or maybe you guys are the aggressor.
Social progress does not equate to aggression. No one is forcing you to get gay married.
Yeah.
No one is forcing you to be trans.
No one is doing that.
Republicans,
Yeah.
as the aggressor, have tried to stop allowing people who want to get married to the same sex. They have tried to stop them. They are trying to stop trans people from even existing, accessing healthcare at all. That is aggressive. Allowing people to be who they are, acknowledging the human rights of others, is not aggression.
Yeah, like allowing people to get married to whoever the fuck they want to, and having a respect for people's identity is not aggression. That's like, the denial of that stuff, the denial of human rights is aggression. Do you not? I mean, that's like, Ben Shapiro lives in this ever conservative, bizarre universe where everything that he's experiencing is true, but because he's communicating to us in this universe, like, it's not true. And we're just sitting here wondering, why the fuck is Ben Shapiro constantly going on about this stuff, huh? When it's not even real, and most of it's not even happening the way in which he's doing so. The answer is, he's living in another universe communicating to us. At least I hope that's the answer. And not the obvious answer that he's a conservative grifter who gets shed tons of money from from the Koch brothers, as well as a number of other billionaire, like, media moguls and fucking oil tycoons to shove his conservative propaganda into everyone's lore. Of course, it could never be any of that. I mean, for fuck's sake.
This is one of the stupidest things, one of the dumbest arguments Shapiro has ever tried to make.
Yeah.
Because he is completely wrong. And
yeah, social progress is aggression. Oh, you can't make me accept it. Yeah, we're not going to make you accept it. We'll just call you a dick if you don't.
When it comes to actual legislation, Jason Campbell points out here, these are recent headlines, just recent ones. Alabama lawmakers advance transgender students' bathroom ban.
Yep.
An aggressive move. Trump will ban transgender people from U.S. military. Another aggressive policy move. More Republican leaders try to ban books on race, LGBTQ issues. Another aggressive move. Anti-speech, anti-free speech move. Another one. Oklahoma lawmakers passed six-week abortion ban modeled after Texas law that allows civil enforcement. So again, yeah, it's obvious who the aggressors are. Recognizing that trans people exist, that they should be able to access the healthcare that they need, is not an aggressive move. Allowing people who want to marry the same sex.
Yeah, like, What was that, that thumbnail exactly that he had on there? This is just stupid? Yeah, this is like, yeah, that is really, really stupid. Like, we're talking the type of stupid you would attribute to someone who is 60 or 50 in the IQ range. Someone genuinely mentally handicapped. What the actual fuck was that point anyways? Holy Christ. Okay, so A Turtle's Tribute, I believe it's called. God of War.
Actually be right in the front, actually right where this green health pickup is located. And this I actually found accidentally.
Okay, it's this one. Okay, yeah, I see. Okay, right here. Oh. Sorry about the choppiness there. Just had to see that video because it's like, wait a second, what's Ben Shapiro's latest culture war claim? Oh my god. He like actually thinks that like having social progress is somehow aggression. Like what a just a complete and utter moron. There's just nothing to say to that. And saying that like in the last 30 years, like, there's the governmental structure has moved progressively leftward. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? Is Ben Shapiro... I gotta wonder, is Ben Shapiro's brain just literally broken from being on the culture war issues for that long? Is that what's going on there? Is he unable to formulate an original thought because he doesn't understand how to deal with any other issue than the culture war issue? I have to wonder. You know, and it's funny too because it's like it's the conservative party, the Republican Party nowadays in America that prevents gays, trans, even lesbians from even being conservative. And let me be perfectly honest here. There are gay, lesbian, and trans conservatives out there. They do necessarily exist. But I think it's important to realize that when it comes down to it, while they do, well, they might necessarily exist. The conservative movement right now is basically declaring all-out war on them to a point in which they can't really like express their values in the conservative life or the conservative environment without being called pedos or without being called pedos or groomers or what have you. It's really just disgusting in a lot of ways as to how it is that as to how much this has all been like demonized and stigmatized by conservatives. And it's like they could win. They could genuinely win on a lot of economic issues if they just like are more socially progressive. Not only just more socially progressive, but just like genuinely pretty good.
Yes.
Doesn't seem
Just generally pretty good, as well as like being more economically viable with regards to treating people, you know, with like, for example, they bothered to do stuff about mental illness, which actually made any sense, like taking care of the mentally ill, taking care of the homeless to a large degree, you know, while at the same time remaining fiscally conservative, you know, within, well, like, you know. What?
Sorry. I just sent you a YouTube video. It's an episode of The Simpsons from like 20 years ago where they're talking about gay Republicans getting a vote in 2084.
Oh yeah, yeah. There was a similar thing that happened with American Dad and their whole like thing or whatever. It's like, what was it? In fact, was it Stan? He makes a huge speech at the RNC, basically saying that they would win a lot if they just accepted gays into their ranks.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, conservatives can still be pro-gun. Conservatives, in fact, a lot of gay conservatives are pro-gun if you actually like consider it. But yeah, it's just like it's just a weird thing that conservatives are willing to shoot themselves in the foot. All over these culture war issues. And for what's the reason? Like to remain morally pure? To maintain the sanctity of what they are? Like, well, what is the end goal? What is the end state? Do they just want people to remain in their station and to never, ever, ever step out of line? Do they just want, like, a totalitarian system in which you have to be subservient to the laws of the land, no matter what those laws are? Even if it's, like, killing people? Like, I'm sorry, I just don't get that. Like, I just don't get why that's even a goal. I don't get why that's even a thing that they would want. Why do they want that? Fuck if I know. Like, there are certain things I can kind of understand with conservatives, like gun rights, for example. Gun rights are not necessarily a conservative value, they're just sort of a middle-of-the-road thing. Like, you could be a lefty and be for guns, you could be a right-winger and be for guns, you know, but the position of right-wingers on guns, that being like, you know, self-protection, multiple uses, in terms of like, for example, you don't just have to use it for that, you can use it for self-defense, you can use it for hunting, some people use it for self-protection purely from other animals, not necessarily just from, you know, from other humans. There's all kinds of reasons, and not to mention the conservative philosophy that that man has a right to own a gun, in a sense, because God allows human beings to actually protect themselves. Well, it's not necessarily something I ascribe to, in a sense, being the God persuasion. I can definitely see the reasoning behind why it is why does conservatives who are Christian would want to go and own firearms given their, well, their initial history. Not necessarily with persecution, but, you know, self-persecution. They want firearms so that way they can maintain not only their own protection, but, you know, primarily the protection of their community.
This place. It feels like a prison.
That would explain the hefty magical lock on the outside.
But it's more than that. I have this feeling like something is waiting for us down here.
You've a knack for ominous statements, lad.
What kind of something?
I'm not sure. Something powerful.
Whatever you feel, boy, we will handle it. We have come this far, yes?
Yes, Father.
Okay. So yeah, let's go ahead and talk about, or check out what my brother just sent me, because he just sent me a little clip here, and I figured we would go ahead and take a look at it. There we go. Okay, this is a short enough clip, but I think I might get copyright claimed here. Hope not. Let's see here. Bring this up.
We need a symbol, something that says we're gay and Republican.
A little on the nose, don't you think?
Excuse me. We just came to get our balloon.
Here you go, and have a bumper sticker.
Thank you. A gay president in 2084?
We're realistic.
Oh man, okay, that is pretty apt. I mean, I feel like a gay president will probably become a thing, sometime before then, given how fast the generations are kind of picking up certain things, and given how much the next generation is probably going to be rebelling on this generation. But suffice to say, yeah, that is pretty much just, yeah. Hold on, debates the merits of the nuclear family. I haven't quite seen this one. We're going to take a bit of a break here and watch a couple of videos. In fact, let me go ahead and pause the stream here real quick, and I'll get something to eat here while we do that. First time cooking an omelet, honestly, but you know, I did pretty good if I do say so myself. Bird adds a little bit of flavor to it, interestingly enough. I'm not going to replicate it though, but still pretty good. Orange cream soda, for those wondering. So yeah, let's see. Anti-left boomer meme. Okay, yeah, we're definitely watching that.
So Elon Musk tweeted an anti-left-wing boomer meme. I want to go ahead and share it with you guys, and then react to it and give you some empirical research on it. So Elon Musk showed this. The year's 2008. My fellow liberal and me. He's like center-left here. Then, according to him, the left runs further left, and Musk stays in like the same position. And then the left goes so far left that they're a woke progressive now, and they're screaming bigot. And so now Musk, who was center-left but is in the same place, has now become center-right because the left has moved so far left. So this is a very, very common belief that you see a lot nowadays. And you can see, man, 1.5 million likes. So there are many people who relate to this. That's the reality. Now, having shown it, having said that, let me now show you the empirical research on the issue, because the empirical research honestly tells a very different story. Now, I'm going to get to in a second. I'm gonna steel man his point in a second. Okay, so bear with me here as we go through all the contours and the nuances of this conversation. But before we do that, I think the empirical research is actually the most important, so let me show you that. Now, this is Republicans have moved further to the right than Democrats have to the left. This is Pew Research here. Average ideology of members by Congress. So this is D.C. in particular. This is Congress in particular, and you could see there the numbers. You can see Democrats have stayed roughly the same, although they have moved slightly left over the years, and the right has moved further right. Then here we have, on average, Congress has become more conservative over the past 5 decades. More conservative. Yep. And then you could see the lines here where back in 92, they were a little further left, and they've shifted further and further and further to the right. Now, again, I want to reiterate, we are talking about Congress right now. We're talking about D.C. What Elon Musk and others may be referring to is just among the population. So not necessarily the politicians, not necessarily the establishment, talking about the politicians. So,
fortunately
my
for
guess
us, that's not Ben Shapiro's point. So
the point he's trying to make is, you know, back in 2008, nobody was talking about abolishing ICE, which, by the way, I don't even... ICE started, I think, in the early 2000s, in the decade of the early 2000s, so it hadn't even been around that long. But nobody was talking about abolishing ICE. Nobody was talking about, you know, defund the police. And I think the point he's trying to make is that, man, these, like, pink-haired college kids are crazy, and they're authoritarian, and they ban speakers they don't like, and they want to identify as, like, an emu or some shit, and so they've lost their damn minds, and I don't agree with them. I think that's the point he's trying to make. But here's the problem with that view. It honestly is a gigantic straw man of what the left is. What a lot of people on the right, and even many in the center, like to do is they pick the fringe examples on the left and use that to define the entire left. Because let me ask you this. What about the person trying to unionize their workplace to get better wages? What about the people working night and day on trying to...
There's nothing much I'm going to comment on here. And since there's not really much to comment and I'm almost done, or I'm basically done with my food, I'm going to go ahead and come back and we're going to go and continue our God of War thing. I just needed a little food in my system there, so... Let's go ahead and turn the volume back up to 80. Not really much I can comment on that because, like, he's pretty generally aware of, like, pretty much what it is I think about this, which is, like, Kyle's right. When it comes down to it, the pink-haired woke scolds that want to go ahead and go into college campuses and prevent people from speaking about important topics, even though they feel triggered or whatever. Even during a simple MRA presentation that isn't really even like about hating on women or feminism at all, just like talking about how the system has progressively over time been biased against men in some ways. And how, in what ways in what ways they can go ahead and fix that, and in what ways they can go ahead and, you know, get a hold on how it is that they can basically deal with the issue of parents, or men rather, being biased against via the by the court system in regards to like custody cases. As well as like divorce cases too, stuff like just generally stuff like that. You know, the issues of the expectations that men are given in their day-to-day life and how toxic that is. You know, sort of even the MRA version talking about toxic masculinity is like very, it's like not that different from the type of toxic masculinity talks you would get from feminism. Or from feminists. In a lot of ways, they're right. You know, there is a lot of toxic issues with masculinity.
A Valkyrie? Imprisoned? She actually did it.
A Valkyrie? But I thought they were just spirits.
Take caution, lads. A Valkyrie in the flesh. I can't think of a more formidable opponent.
She does not attack.
Does she even know we're here? I think she knows we're here now.
Have you considered a tactical retreat? You gonna be alright? Incoming! Behind you, watch out!
God damn. Well, that Valkyrie kind of is kicking my ass in a lot of ways, so. man, this is like... What level is she? I know she's a boss or whatever, but, you know. Trying to focus on her. I couldn't agree anymore. I died a perfect death. Oh man, okay. God damn. Okay, I'm gonna have to come back to this one here. We're gonna have to go back and ask Freya about this stuff. What, I can't use this? That's dumb. I guess I can't use it until I kill the Valkyrie. Which I guess makes sense.
through all that hell bramble.
Alright. Okay. Find out what it is I'm supposed to do here. Okay, oh, it's right over there, okay. I always find it very interesting. I always find it very interesting how it is that games like this, more or less, create their world in such a way that quite literally makes me think this is probably a place I could probably go to. And then all of a sudden, they break that immersion by introducing invisible walls. Invisible walls, I hate them.
See? The boat washed ashore. Someone did call a serpent earlier.
Get in. I will pull. You are quiet. Are you not better?
I guess.
I know you overheard my talk with Freya. You think you understand, but you do not. Why do you say nothing?
You said I was cursed. You think I'm weak because I'm not like you. I know I was never what you wanted. But after all this, I thought maybe things were different.
Tell him the truth,
You do not
Kratos.
know everything, boy.
No. But at least I know the truth now.
The truth. The truth. I'm a god, boy. From another land far from here. When I came to these shores, I chose to live as a man. But the truth is, I was born a god. And so were you. Boy, have you nothing to say?
Can I turn into an animal?
Can you turn into an animal? No. No, I do not think so.
I'm a god. Mother knew? She was a god too?
No. She was mortal, but she knew my true nature.
I'm a god. Why did you wait so long to tell me?
I had hoped to spare you. Being a god, it can be a lifetime of anguish and tragedy. That is the curse.
What sorts of things can I do? Can I fly? Or turn invisible? I don't feel like a god.
I do not know the reach of your godhood. But over time, you will learn.
You sure I can't turn into a wolf?
You are welcome to surprise me.
Is this why I hear voices sometimes? You sure you've never heard any?
Not as you do.
That's no surprise. Every god is unique.
So, maybe I won't get strong like Father, but I'll have abilities all my own?
You already do, laddie. Your faculty for language is extraordinary for one so young. Time alone will tell what else you'll become capable of.
So you knew all along?
I did, lad. But I've known more than my share of gods.
Me too, apparently.
He's only known as Father as a
I
god.
wonder who else knew I was a god. Freya for sure. Brock and Sindri?
They do not need to know.
Baldur! Does he know? Is that why he's after us? Do you know him from before?
The day of your mother's funeral was the first I ever saw Baldur. That is the truth.
Hey, we don't have to go right back to Tearsvault, do we? I mean, we're God. We can do whatever we want, right? What do you really feel like doing right now?
I will show you.
There's something down there. Were all those guys part of his crew? That's a tough crew.
And all were his responsibility.
That's a lot of responsibility.
Does it frighten you? responsibility.
Oh, no. I don't think so. I mean, I think it used to, but not as much anymore.
Why is that?
Well, being out here, with you, makes me feel more grown up.
Interesting way of putting it, I guess.
Moving a bit slow.
Need more time. After it. I'm not ready.
Nice. Dust of Realms. Awesome.
Tyr's braziers, a symbol of the light that binds all realms together.
Why would he use those strange runes, though?
Now you mention it, he wouldn't. Ah.
Let's go and get rid of this crew here, shall we?
What's that down there?
I do not want to die here to these things, so yeah.
seriously. How did this one captain lead so many men?
He had their loyalty, so they followed.
And then they all died. He must have been a bad leader.
Why do you think that?
Well, he led all these men to their deaths.
True, but these men chose to follow. Even good leaders make poor choices. The best take responsibility for them. Remember this.
Yeah, true, but also not to mention like the worst could take responsibility for like what's going on there too as well, so God damn. Okay, we're getting the fuck out of here.
Were you ever a leader?
Many years ago, yes. I led men in battle.
Were you a good leader?
It is complicated.
Did you
no
ever...
more questions, boy. Focus on the task at hand.
Yes, sir.
Roma! No! Stop! No! No! Roma is barking at me for attention. She's not supposed to do that while I'm streaming. So, if she wants my attention, she can nudge me for it.
Let's try this again, without interruptions.
But first, let's buy Resurrection Stone here.
So let me see if I have this right. You and Sindri made Mjolnir,
Yep.
and then Thor used it to kill a lot of people.
Your damn point?
Just seems like you're mad at each other about it, instead of being mad at Thor.
Kid, I like you. But you don't begin to appreciate the complexities what develop between families. You don't hear me lecturing your old man how he ought to be raising you. And believe me, there's plenty to critique.
Sorry, Brock. Just trying to help.
Come on in, then. So much for peace and quiet. Hope I did him justice. Blades is gonna sing now. One of these days you're gonna tell me who made those beauties.
Alright. Yeah. My brother is letting in dogs out, so. Enchanted dust, legendary enchantment, okay. Okay. So it's been about 2 hours so far on the stream here. Let's see how much time we've actually got on here real quick. About 2 hours and 30 minutes. Should I continue the game, or should I just go ahead and put up another one? Oh. Yeah, okay. Voss just put up a video. I gotta watch it. It's like, it's gonna be a good one. So let's go ahead and take a bit of a sabbatical from it real quick, because those videos weren't exactly that long. Dogs were reacting to skateboarders, so let's go ahead and check this one out here.
TikTok hair. Day unknown. Alright, day unknown of me having a TikTok hair. Great. Hello. You know the drill. Not streaming, not wearing pants. I'm really never wearing pants unless I'm leaving the house.
Oh, this is a Voss segment that came off the air, like, outside of streaming there, because he doesn't have chat.
Streaming. I don't know why you would wear pants otherwise. If you have guests over, I guess, which I don't. But anyway, so more importantly, funny little story, okay? That
you might want to wear pants if you're, like, living with someone else, because they probably don't want to see your dick flopping around everywhere, and they don't want to see you in your underwear, you know? That's just a preference. Some people don't really care. Other people do. But, nah.
Haven't talked about on stream because I've been slowly dying, working on that, getting more alive day by day, coughing a little bit less every time I stream, and it's about Madison Cawthorn. I already know what the title is. Hopefully YouTube doesn't demonetize it, but I'm very insistent on the title. But so some of you may have seen some photos of Madison Cawthorn, the very far right, very young, disabled. We stand a diverse Republican Party. Republican, here. Congressman who was dressing up in some femboy lingerie during a party. Now, let's get the uncontroversial stuff out of the way right off the bat. He looks fantastic. I would. Everyone would. Nobody didn't like this. You know, there was a bit of a funny bit of Occupy Democrats on Twitter talking about how he should resign because of this, which is, of course, very funny. This is actually the only good thing Madison Cawthorn has ever done, to my knowledge. It's, of course, very funny.
Who's
on
that?
Twitter talking. There was a bit of a funny bit of Occupy Democrats on Twitter talking about how he should resign because of this, which is, of course, very funny. This is actually the only good thing.
Why do you really have to be like this, Occupy Democrats? I'm aware of their Facebook page and what they're like and whatnot. They're just total shitlibs.
Madison Cawthorn has ever done, to my knowledge. Madison Cawthorn, real POS, right? I mean, basically, it was like in his college, something like every woman at his college signed a letter denouncing him for sexual harassment or something like that. Like, basically, he left college with the entire female student body saying, like, yeah, don't with this guy. What was this, Madison Cawthorn college letter? It wasn't really every woman. Over 160 students at a Christian college have signed a letter accusing him of sexual harassment. A Christian college, too, okay? Like, I don't know how conservative Christian we're talking here, but when I think Christian college, I'm thinking like, you know, a girl goes to the head.
This is the guy who also ended up accusing Republicans of having orgies and snorting coke, which I wish were true, but it's probably not.
Master to say she's been like raped, and the headmaster like asked what she was wearing, right? You know, you have to feel like you have to cross a couple of lines for you to get this much of a denunciation from this crowd. Anyway, Madison Cawthorn ain't the hero of this story, but he's definitely the subject. So right now, Madison Cawthorn has been weathering this storm of allegations, and Madison Cawthorn has claimed the reason he's getting so much controversial flack right now is as revenge from the GOP because he accused the GOP of engaging in degeneracy. So let me unpack that.
Yep.
Basically, a little while ago,
that's probably what's going
associated
on here.
with it. Madison Cawthorn, the freshman Republican congressman from North Carolina.
You know, Madison Cawthorn might not even be wrong on that. He might even be like, as stupid as it sounds, it's probably not even true. It's like they probably want revenge against him because the entirety of the Republican Party is entirely based on spite at this point in time. You cannot convince me otherwise. Like, you may be able to mount an argument, but I would probably not be convinced by that argument. It's just too obvious nowadays.
Himself in hot water with GOP leadership after he made comments without evidence linking members of his own parties with cocaine use and orgies. Now, I take issue with this opening paragraph from NPR. You do not need evidence to accuse leadership of the GOP of engaging in cocaine use and orgies, okay? For all the crowing about degeneracy and making America great again and traditional family values and blah-de-blah, we all know what GOP leadership is doing, okay? We all know they fuck prostitutes. We know they're all gay, every single one of them. Not that there's anything wrong with that. They all do drugs. They all cheat in the parts. We know this, okay? Just, it's objectively, it's...
They're probably not all gay. They probably do fuck prostitutes, and they probably do snort lines of coke. But in orgies, and like inviting them to something like that, nah, that's probably not a thing there.
Mathematics.
They more than likely do it like in private. They more than likely just simply engage in it in sort of fashion of partying down or partying up or whatever. So, doesn't really matter, honestly. Yeah, someone will probably do it. It's probably a tight-knit group of people, but yeah.
They all do drugs. They all cheat in the parts. We know this, okay? Just, it's objectively, it's mathematically inevitable that this happens in the GOP leadership. I don't think Madison Cawthorn is any better, by the way. If you
yeah, in the GOP leadership, yeah, that's probably true.
On 4chan or Poll or whatever, you're basically going to see a non-stop cavalcade of secret, degenerate hentai lovers mocking other less secret, degenerate hentai lovers for being like fake far right. You know, like it's this ongoing game of like whoever's found out to be degenerate first loses. The only real rule the GOP has is to stay quiet about it, which is the rule that he, of course, broke. Madison Cawthorn described the sexual perversion going on in Washington during an appearance in the war.
You know, I gotta get some coffee. I'm actually getting kind of sleepy-eyed here, so I'll be right back. Turns out my brother had some coffee already waiting for me. Huh. So, yeah.
Warrior Poet Society podcast. Warrior Poet Society. Wait, didn't I do a video about...
You did. It was a funny fucking video.
The guy who runs this, and he got, like, salty about it in my YouTube comment section? I did! This is that guy. Oh my... Yeah! This is the guy who got mad in the YouTube comments and said he wouldn't debate me because I was a meanie beanie bobini. Wow.
Meanie beanie bobini, ata tutini.
Oh yeah, here it is. Just how corrupt is DC? Representative Madison Cawthorn, right here. Huh. Oh, less than 250,000 views for an interview with a sitting congressman?
That is fucking sad. Holy Christ. And he has 1.25 million subscribers. Holy fucking Christ. At least I was able to get most of my subscribers, or most of the people that number as my subscribers anyways, into viewing my last stream, so there's that.
That's...
But then again, I only have like 48 people, so...
Reviews, then get these items before they're gone. Okay, whatever. You know, the people want what the people want, I guess. Alright. Anyway. Cawthorn did not provide specific details that could be used to verify his claims. You don't need to. You don't... Why would you need to? We know this is true. And I'm like, what did you ask me to come to? And then you realize they're asking you...
Well, what he seemed to imply was the idea that, was that, like, the entirety of the Republican Party is based in this or whatever. That, like, so many of them are there, and people like Madison are the only people who are coming into this now.
To come to an orgy, Cawthorn said. There's some of the people are leading on the movement, try and remove addiction in our country. Then you watch them do a key bump of cocaine right in front of you, and it's like, this is wild. So again, I need to insist here. Is Cawthorn correct in that other GOP politicians, and that's of course what he's referring to here, it's not like he would be invited to a Democrat party, right? It's not as though Madison Cawthorn is incorrect when he claims that the GOP politicians here are hypocrites. He is too. You know, it's just a non-stop whirlpool. Madison Cawthorn is worse than a lot of these politicians.
All politicians are hypocrites to some degree or another, and very few of them actually stand by their stated values. That's a fact.
Politicians are ethically in terms of his both personal moral compass and his political prescriptions. But anyway, apparently, and this is what Madison Cawthorn claims, and usually I'm loath to trust these people at their word, but it seems like fairly...
Hold on.
reasonable to assume that he's at least somewhat correct here, that in response to Madison Cawthorn breaking rank and accusing his fellow GOP leaders of degeneracy, which is a big no-no, snitches get stitches, you know how it works. Anyway, Cawthorn has been getting a runabout of you know, just a bunch of stuff has been dropping on him. Now, of course, politicians, and especially political parties, have the power to drop a ton of dirt on basically everyone in that party. It's not, of course they do this. Like, we're talking about some of the most influential political organizations to have ever existed in all of humanity. The idea that they can't assemble and drop dirt on people when it's beneficial for them to do so is just ridiculous. And some really funny stuff has been coming out. So the sexual misconduct allegations, that's old hat news. Not that that makes it any less bad. Let's see. Here we have the timeline. On a conservative podcast in March, Cawthorn spoke about being invited to what he described.
I think you might want to go over that paragraph there, saying that, or this section here, saying that Cawthorn, the youngest member of Congress, has faced sexual misconduct allegations from during his time in college. From the January 6th attack on the Capitol, he said bloodshed would follow should there be more stolen elections. So yeah, he's a January 6th denier. He's one of those people. He's one of those January 6th fucking idiots.
Described as cocaine-fueled orgies, and then the salacious photos of Cawthorn in lingerie.
I mean, let's be perfectly honest. Cawthorn is a fascist. Madison Cawthorn, if you side with the January 6th Capitol riots, or you run any kind of interference by claiming that they're not Capitol riots, you are a fascist. You are siding with fascists as a result. You are quite literally putting your hat in with fascists, and when you do that, you are basically a fascist. It doesn't matter whether or not you're a progressive or a lefty or whatever. If you do any of this stuff, you're a fascist. All right. Association with fascists means that you are a fascist. Why? Because fascists will use your association with them as a justification for their politics and for their misconduct and everything else there. So that's just how that works.
Makes me only more likely to vote for him. Last week, Cawthorn continued to grab headlines. He was detained but not charged for attempting to bring, and this is wild, a loaded gun through North Carolina airport security. His second such attempt in just over a year. That is absolutely wild to me. Absolutely wild. A loaded gun through airport security. Post 9/11. Okay. Anyway, detained but not charged. You would be charged if you did this, by the way, folks. You know, just politician flexing their bias here. The congressman also hit with allegations of insider trading relating to an anti-Biden cryptocurrency. And apparently there's pressure to primary him in the upcoming election. So it looks like they might think he's too much of a firebrand, too much of a snitch, try to give him a stitch, get him out of there. For his part, Cawthorn has embraced the criticism, framing it as a coordinated assault against me and my re-election. Woo! With allegations of insider trading related to an anti-Biden cryptocurrency. Really funny stuff here. You know,
yeah.
I don't want to talk too much about the specific details here, because
you know that crypto is basically useless when someone is trying to put forth a cryptocurrency that's anti-Biden. Like, what the fuck?
A lot of this stuff is just like allegations trickling out. It's really difficult to like verify the authenticity of everything, and obviously when you're making claims that are fundamentally conspiratorial, like this info is all only coming out now because the powers that be don't like that I exposed them for degeneracy, it's really, really difficult to verify. This is inferential here.
Yeah, but he is a fascist, and given the fact that this is like typical fascist bullshit, which is to like basically say that what you're saying is like proven, even though it's like not and whatnot. And fascists lie consistently. They accuse everyone of degeneracy, even if it's not true, while they themselves are engaging in it. It's pretty obvious. I mean, when the pictures came up with Madison doing the lingerie bit, I was not surprised. No one should be surprised. If you are surprised by this, you have not been paying attention to politics.
Endorsed Cawthorn's primary challenger, a super PAC affiliate with the senator, poured more than basically $350,000 into ads attacking Cawthorn. Wow.
$350,000. Damn, that's pretty big.
Anti-Cawthorn group seeks ethics investigations. Unseat the first-term congressman was a ethics complaint. Also points that I didn't mean to click. The ethics complaint also points the congressman's alleged insider trading, repeated attempts to bring weapons to prohibited spaces, alleged inappropriate financial relationship with a younger staffer. Okay, so what does all this mean? Well, first of all, it's very funny.
Yeah, it is all very
very,
funny.
very, very funny. I'd like to imagine that Cawthorn, because he's like a young guy. I don't think he's like terribly bright. I'd like to imagine that he's like kind of naive, and maybe he's like under the impression that the environment he was getting into with regards to like political leadership as a Republican was an environment which was actually making an effort to sort of promote internal family values. Not that I think that's something Madison Cawthorn really cares about, but and then feeling betrayed, he runs off his mouth and gets himself in trouble with the leadership. I genuinely don't know.
Yeah, any conservative that talks about family values in any particular case and does shit like is like more hard on the homeless, the tough on crime shit and whatnot, and like starts funding like starts funding the drug war, doesn't do shit about homelessness, doesn't do shit about lowering the crime rate or whatever. All these things, you are a liar in terms of family values, because these positions I just listed off here are some of the number one contributing factors, or at the very least they're in the top 10 or the top 20 that break up families. Treating addiction like a criminal issue, rather than an actual human failing that people need help with, and in some cases a medical issue that people need help with. Like, more families are destroyed by addiction than fucking gay marriage ever will be. More families are destroyed through the over-policing and the criminalization of addiction, of being addicted to substances. That has broken up more families than fucking sex education ever will. If you're not for sex education, and if you're not for accepting people's gender identities, and you're for putting up some kind of wedge of allowing hostile parents to become abusive towards their child when they find out that they're LGBT growing up, you are not family values. You are anti-family values. You are about as anti-family values as you could possibly imagine here. Because pro-family values is about accepting all forms of families that exist that are not abusive, that are not in any way, shape, or form coercive, that are in fact supportive and distributive with regards to their kindness and their capability of being able to raise children and their capability of being able to support one another. If you don't pick up policies that promote that stuff there, you are anti-family values. I don't get why it is that Republicans and conservatives in general don't get this. There's very few Republicans I've ever talked to that have ever actually looked at the issues that I claim that people who are for these things are anti-family values. There are very few Republicans that are actually against this kind of stuff. Like, a good example a Republican or a conservative that's against this stuff is one of my next door neighbors. Like, he's a conservative, but he's against the over policing of these issues and whatnot. He's for drug rehabilitation. He's for sort of social spending handouts to families who have children and grandchildren that they're helping to raise. You know, I mean, this is an actual like conservative who doesn't even care about gay marriage or like, you know, sex education. In fact, is actually very pro sex education because he believes that's a way for conservatives to be able to protect their kids by making it so that way they know when they're being sexually abused. He's pro that. So I don't want to hear it from conservatives how being pro family value is about like shutting your kid off from the world, making it so that way they don't know anything about sex or sex education, denying their identity in case if they're gay or trans or whatever, whatever gender identity you subscribe to. These conservatives do not need to exist. You can be conservative and be pro-family values without being anti-LGBT and all this shit. Like, it's very simple. Alright? Like, this idea of... and furthermore, not to mention, when conservatives talk about traditional family values or traditional family structure, they're talking about the nuclear family. The nuclear family has only been in existence since we discovered nuclear energy. Like, and we started building suburbs, and we started promoting the white picket fence image of America. That family structure has only existed in the 20th century, maybe the late 19th century, maybe the late 19th century, if we're being generous here, in the late 1900s. So, oh wait, 20th century. Oh yeah, my bad. 21st century. 21st century, that would be today. Yeah, okay. So I was just making sure. It's hard to keep up with this stuff in terms of centuries. You know, you got the first century and then it goes off. Then it goes to like the 11th century, which is like, okay, it's technically in the 10th century then. But whatever. You know, you have 17th century, which is 1800. You have like the 18th century. It's a weird numbering system. But yeah, it's fucking infuriating having to deal with Republicans that are just so, and conservatives in general, that are so anti-shit, who describe their conservative values more as being against the expression of other things, rather than allowing people to express themselves so long as they aren't, like, treading on their... so long as they're not, like, forcing them to be like them. You know? Then again, that's more of a libertarian value.
The only thing you should really do here is laugh. It's very, very funny.
Yeah.
GOP is bad, Cawthorn's bad. They're all degenerates. And when I say degenerates, by the way, I mean that in two senses. First of all, they're degenerates by their standard. They're all gay. They're all gay. They're all gay. They're all doing drugs, you know? And they're degenerates by my...
They're probably not all gay. They're probably, like... some of them are bi, some of them are gay, most are probably straight. But, like, the bigotry is just unreasonable. It's irrational. It's delusional for all intents and purposes. There is no reason to be against gays. There is no reason to be against trans people and their identity. There's no reason to be against the LGBT movement. There isn't. All they're asking for is just general social acceptance. That's it. So...
my standard, which means that they're all pedophiles who eat children. Every Republican. Some Democrats, okay?
He's joking on that, but what he means is that these people are like all ontologically evil to the point in which they're willing to support bills and put forth legislations that will make human suffering and human misery the top priority. in regards to the outcomes that they produce. Probably not intentionally, mind you, but intentions are irrelevant when talking about the outcomes of something, because you can intend something and then have an outcome of something else. Like, for example, there was an intention to deal with the Tutsi and the Hutu tribes going at each other's throats by trying to educate them out of the whole whole like racialized the sort of racialized science that they were put under, and that led to genocide. And the policies were, for all intents and purposes, just led to that kind of consequence. Now, of course, this wasn't done under a consequentialist. This was done under somewhat of a consequentialist worldview, in a sense, meaning that the consequences of them meddling in this village in the past was repression and racialized hegemony, which was bad. So they want to put forth policies that they thought would actually give them the consequences that they wanted. But they didn't realize, of course, that sometimes reality doesn't really care about your consequences. And sometimes you can't really account for the consequences over everything else. This is why it is that you really, in all honesty, can only simply redirect people's interest as well as their intentions to do good, while at the same time trying to account for whatever consequence you're trying to get towards in the best possible way if you can. There's no real way in which to actively pursue consequentialism in and of itself also without engaging in any sort of moral values or moral judgments. You really can't. All moral calculuses are based upon some judgment or some foundation upon morality of intention. Like, I intend for this to happen, but this happened. Okay, well, that's the consequences of what happened. Can you really view just the consequences and be only concerned by them? Maybe, but for all intents and purposes, you'd be like a robot. You know, even when it comes down to it, the morality that Vosh is working under is simply just, well, it's simply just progressivism. And he's working towards that end goal of progressivism through the lens of consequentialism, but his intention is to bring about a progressive sort of outcome. Pro-LGBT rights, pro-labor rights, pro-union, pro-gun rights, that kind of stuff. Limiting the scope of government as much as possible, making labor the primary benefactor of the economic system. These are all moral intentions and whatnot that he is prescribing towards and trying to get towards and trying to move people over on. Through that intent, he then allows for consequences to be about. So you can't really be, for all intents and purposes, my particular view is consequentialists don't really exist. They're literally lying to themselves. Consequentialism is a philosophy in which you lie to yourself and you say, only the consequences matter, I'm only concerned with that, when in reality, you're not just concerned with that, you're concerned with the intention of what it is that you want to have in the world, you know. And that's basically it. All social interactions, to a large degree, are either just simply elements of communication and intention. That's it. And you can't have one without the other. You have to intend to say something, and then you say something, but that something may be interpreted differently, so you have to always go ahead and state what your intention is for what you're communicating as. Alright? And if the person tries to, like, take something out of context or take something that you're saying and bring it in a direction that you were never going into whatsoever, or that you were making a point that you were never making whatsoever, then you need to go ahead and stop him or her or they or whatever gender pronoun you want to use. You have to stop that from happening, and you have to reiterate your intention, reiterate your argument, so that way they can go ahead and address it more fully. And also, not to mention, you need to primarily point out what areas they are wrong in ascribing the position that you're doing there. That's really all you can do at the end of the day. That's really all any of us can do. and that's important to realize that. So, you know, and as a result, really, no one can truly actively engage in just looking at the consequences, because you can do that, but you also have to have a morality system to be able to do so. And it just so happens consequentialists tend to be more progressive, meaning that they tend to have a moral system that is far more accepting of others. So yeah, consequentialists don't exist. Fight me on this. See, what was that? Okay, just say
not Bernie Sanders, not Ilhan Omar. Okay, well, Nina Turner's fine too. You know, it's Bernie Sanders. And some Democrats. Okay, not Bernie Sanders, not Ilhan Omar. Okay, well, Nina Turner's fine too. You know, it's okay. In all seriousness, in terms of the actual political assessment of what's happening here, I think it is important to understand how much power the party has over its individual constituents when it wants to. So the GOP as an institution, the actual political party, of course, has a ton of power in what resources are directed where and which candidates it really wants to back. Initially, the GOP wasn't really in favor of Trump broadly back in 2016 or 2015, you know? I mean, there was a lot of resistance against Trump initially, and then everyone in the GOP fell in line. And the reason for that is because I think they understood that as destructive as Trump was internally, because Trump was firing shots at everyone. I mean, attacking Ted Cruz's wife, going after rhinos. I mean, he was definitely a destabilizing force within the Republican Party too, but it was a wave they could ride, if that makes any sense, you know. Donald Trump's disruptiveness was a component of fake populism that they could weaponize to be more effective in the election, which they were. They won in 2016. So in that sense, I think this is a breach of etiquette the GOP is willing to permit. And then you have Madison Cawthorn types. And I think in this case, you know, this is a disruptiveness which is more detrimental. You don't want people like Madison Cawthorn. Sure, they're MAGA, you know, fascist, make America great again, you know, tradcon types or whatever. But you want them to have the political instincts to not cause a ruckus within the Republican Party in ways that can't be turned to a benefit. There's no political benefit to Cawthorn pointing out the inevitable and unchanging and unchangeable fact that politicians in Washington are all railing hookers and doing coke off the lines of their back, you know.
All right, let me make it very clear here. It doesn't matter whether or not he has any quote-unquote benefit of it, because fascists will always stick their foot in their mouth from time to time and end up sabotaging themselves in an effort to court further right-wing sentiments, really. So I don't give a shit. You know what, you're right. In fact, we shouldn't really give a shit whether or not what Madison Cawthorn said was true or not. But given the circumstances of what he is, and given the historical circumstances of what these fascists tend to do, it's pretty fucking obvious what is going on here. Madison Cawthorn is just trying to circle the wagons to try to appeal more and more to that Trump base. That's it. That's all it ever is. Alright? Until there is actual evidence of this coming from the Republican Party, the party of corporatists and fucking fascists at this point, someone's riding a little mini go-kart or a little mini motorbike, I guess you would call it, up and down the street. So that's what that was. It's important to understand that these characters don't do things out of rational manner. Their entire aesthetic is to appeal to the furthest right-wing thing possible in order to maintain power and gain power. That's what Cawthorn does. So if what he says is true, there should be evidence that comes out of it. And if it's true, I'll say, okay, Madison Cawthorn, just like a broken clock. Hold on. if Madison Cawthorn, if what he says is true, then it's a broken clock right twice a day. That's all it is. That's all it can ever be. There is no possible future or universe in which what Madison Cawthorn says, in which it's true, in which it's not going to be simply just broken clock. Unless he's a progressive, and we're in the progressive verse in which Bernie Sanders got presidency twice, and they're talking about repealing the term limits to allow Bernie more leeway on this, and the progressives are just hammering it out, just winning everywhere. Unless we're talking about that universe, which we're not, but if we are, then yeah, okay, what Madison Cawthorn is probably saying is true, but we're not in that universe. So
Madison Cawthorn calling that out isn't a disruptive influence which can be channeled into something productive. It's just disruptive. So the GOP, and again, this is conspiratorial, it's impossible to know one way or another, but it's an incredibly powerful institution. The idea that it can't hide things or cover things up or get bargains and favors in exchange for political favoritism, and then at times beneficial to it, reveal information, that seems like a fairly straightforward thing it's capable of doing. Then all this stuff comes out about Cawthorn. It could be the GOP, it could be anti-Madison Cawthorn factions within the GOP, it could be individuals within the GOP who aren't acting at the behest of any broader organization, but are just doing the work themselves, and Madison Cawthorn made it easy for them because there are photos of him dressed like a femboy, and rocking it, by the way. And he tried to bring a loaded gun through airport security twice, which is, again, absolutely bananas. Whatever the case may be, this is a consequence of...
Yeah, the airport thing... Ooh, excuse me. The airport thing, I don't mind believing, because, like, Republicans have always been talking about bringing guns through an airport like they used to do before 9/11 was. Republicans have always been talking about that. However, even before then, bringing a loaded gun through the airport is a big no. Even before 9/11, that was a big no. You were not allowed to do that, ever. Ever. It couldn't even be in a briefcase and be loaded. The bullets had to be separated and in a separate bag if you were bringing them together. In fact, most people would put the bullets in a casing and put the gun in a separate casing. Just because that used to be the regulation.
Of the way our system is set up. And while I don't take any issue with what's happening right now, I do think it's important to know that the fact that things are set up in this way, the fact that these institutions or agents within these institutions either do or possibly do have the ability to weigh in on electoral outcomes like this, it's something to keep in mind, you know? People talked about this a lot with the Bernie Sanders stuff, how the DNC was anti-Bernie and kind of coordinated against him. I think a lot of that is exaggerated from the left because, not to say it didn't happen, it did, but there are people on the left who, this might be a Twitter thing, you really can't help but exaggerate, right? There are people on the left who are talking about like it's a Metal Gear conspiracy, you know what I mean? Metal Gear Solid conspiracy.
He has always been vague on this stuff, other than saying outright that the DNC did not rig the electionary process against Bernie, either against Hillary Clinton or against Biden. And that, other than those two claims, he has been fairly general in that regard. And I have to say, in all honesty, those two claims are in and of themselves full of shit. We know for a fact that there were ballots hidden in a fucking closet during Hillary Clinton's run over New York, in New York State, that possibly would have actually been enough to have had Bernie win the primary or win that state over there during the whole presidential primary. And we know this because they brought these ballots over to the DNC to petition a recount after finding these ballots, and they denied the recount. What was their reason? Their reason was that the electoral process had been finished and there was no reason to do a recount. That was the reasoning. The DNC just decided this. Now the DNC can legally do that. For whatever butt fucking reason they can do that. It's obviously because it's not a federal thing; it's a private thing as well. There's a lot of reasons that go into it. In the fact that, like, if you're holding a private sort of electoral process in the primaries amongst the party, you can technically, like, deny recounting ballots, and you don't really have to give a sufficient reason for it. That's one of the things you have to do. So yeah, there's like a lot of complicated shit going on there. But the fact of the matter is that happened. Also, not to mention, they got together behind the scenes to sort of coordinate support for Biden by obviously threatening certain people that dropped out. Like Kamala Harris, for example, endorsed Biden for some reason, even though she was more likely to endorse Bernie. Hold on for a second. Yeah. So Donna Brazil. Let's see. What was I speaking about for a second, real quick? Oh yeah. And the run for Biden, there were a number of people such as Kamala Harris, Elizabeth Warren, and even, well, I'm not too sure about Pete Buttigieg. I think he probably would have leaned more towards Biden than anything else for it. But there was a possibility of him endorsing Bernie since he was closer to Bernie than he was towards Biden. But then again, given how much of a shit that Pete Buttigieg is, it's kind of a toss-up in the air. And we know that happened because we know for a fact that there were a number of efforts by Clinton supporters to pit Warren against Bernie, two progressive candidates that are really, really good into competing with one another and to shit-talking one another, thus dividing the base under which both of these candidates run and whatnot. These things happen behind the scenes in a lot of ways. Both Bernie and Elizabeth Warren have similar bases and pull from similar areas, and if they were to combine, along with the base of Kamala Harris, as well as, like, what was the other candidate exactly? I forget what the other candidate sort of dropped out. But effectively what I'm saying is that there was clear fuckery behind the scenes. And let's not forget the fact that because they're a private corporation, they can technically deny any fucking person whatsoever to run for whatever reason that they want to, and simply run the person that they want to, because that's their right. And all of this is because, again, these primaries are not federally controlled. They're not under the federal jurisdiction or whatever. So you don't really... So, for all intents and purposes, that is what happened. I'm not too sure what Vosh is referencing when he says that this is Metal Gear type stuff. Like a Metal Gear conspiracy. What the fuck are you talking about? There's like several different conspiracies, none of which conform to the Democrats, other than to how the Democrats ran those parties, other than, like, I don't know, maybe the controlling of information, but that's like a general thing we have throughout all of corporate America. So it's like, I would like Vosh to get specific on this shit. Unfortunately, he doesn't. So
like some crazy, like the DNC is like, they're all smoking cigars in a back room, like moving chess pieces on the board, like key Bernie figures are getting assassinated every turn. People overstate this stuff, but it does happen.
Wait, is he talking about that what was it, that leak by Hillary Clinton or whatever, and then this guy sort of got assassinated and people were saying that Hillary Clinton had him killed? If he's referring to that, then yeah, okay, that was like a little bit overblown in a lot of ways, but it's like, you have to wonder exactly what else he is referring to, because other than that, which was the only overblown thing that I'm aware of, most of the allegations turned out to be true.
It happened, it will continue to happen, and it's something which...
also one more thing as well. There were votes that were switched over that were voting for Bernie in California to Hillary Clinton. That's another thing too. During the primaries, that also happened. It happened within certain districts. It happened within Sacramento. It happened within San Francisco, and it also happened within the what was it, the San Diego area as well. So it's a little bit strange to make these general claims without making these specific stuff. So
which should be taken into account. I'm just rambling at this point. I haven't eaten yet. I'm a very hungry boy, I haven't eaten yet. I have had my Adderall on an empty stomach, so I'm hungry, and I'm gonna go eat. I'm going to go eat. You look great today. Just hold your head high, okay? You get one life. Make the best.
Yeah. I really want Vosh to do a video on him, like, explaining what he thought about the DNC thing and whatnot going forward. I mean, he was obviously reacting to a ton of stuff and covering a bunch of stuff and whatnot, which, like, would be great. But it would be great to get him to, like, double down and to really hammer out what it was that he's heard on the topic and specifically go over why it's wrong. So, yeah. It's just the way things are, I guess, with Vosh. Like, not much you can do in terms of, like, holding his feet to the fire other than maybe requesting him to simply be on there. Because I know that there's probably some crazy conspiracy theories about the DNC.
You take care now.
But the chances of them being exactly like what he said in terms of, like, Metal Gear shit, that's probably another thing. That's probably, like, an exaggeration of what people are saying. Okay. Alright, okay, I see now. I do this to, oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, we're not going to be able to go through that one yet, so at least until we get some more stuff together. So yeah, we gotta get some more levels. We gotta get some more gear. We gotta upgrade some of that gear. So yeah, let's go ahead and get this little chisel here because we're gonna be going down to Helheim. In fact, let me go ahead and up that. Let's see, back up to 80. There we go. Now, boy, you were going to go ahead and teach him to do runes here.
You ready?
I'll probably die first.
Death itself I swallow, to spring forth life tomorrow.
Oh, I like that one. I wonder if I wrote it.
You know what? I kind of wish that the teaching moment would have continued. Like Atreus would have like said, read it. It says, "Yeah, but first I want to finish teaching you." And then we could have got like a cute, really great little moment, especially like a little lesson on how to read runes ourselves. You know, this might actually translate. This would not only be Atreus teaching Kratos, but would be Atreus teaching us, making us, because let's be honest here. How many people are actually going to know anything about runes playing this game? There's probably not going to be any amount of people that are going to like take that kind of stuff on there by themselves. So yeah. Actually, yeah, let's go ahead and go with the Blades of Chaos here real quick. Oh, my bad. Oh, nice. There's the... what was it? X X try X X X triangle triangle X X. I think that was. Yeah. I remember that one. Oh man. I might end up streaming the original God of War series and possibly do a bit of a retrospective on that at some point. I just don't think I'll probably end up doing that. Okay. What do we do now?
Is that the answer there?
It says Earth.
Swallows death, brings forth life.
Go.
Yeah. I wish I'd known I was a god in Elfheim. I wouldn't have felt so bad about killing so many elves.
Well, I'm not sure that's the lesson.
You've done nothing to regret. The elves forced their affairs upon us.
No, I get it now. We had god things to do, and they were in the way, dragging us into their little problems.
Again, are we just leaving that there?
I mean, just knowing we're gods makes me feel so much stronger.
Maybe you feel a little too good right now. With power comes a big choice, lad. You can either serve yourself, or put your godhood in the service of others, like Tyr did.
People really loved him, huh?
Aye, the god of war, but one who fought for peace. Had a reputation for being heroic and lawful, using his power and knowledge to stop wars rather than start them.
So there are good gods.
Once in a moon, it's been known to happen, yes?
I'm not too sure if that's like accurate at all, but you know.
This one mentions places I've never heard of. Seems Tyr really liked to travel.
Tyr believed the mind, not might, was key to preventing war and chaos. And he also knew visiting other cultures would give him perspective staying in one place could not. While Odin always hoarded knowledge, guarding it jealously, Tyr was open and sharing with his learning and his wisdom. For this, mortals adored Tyr, showing their love by bringing him gifts the world over.
So, whatever happened to Tyr?
Odin came to regard him as a threat to his rule. He suspected Tyr of collaborating to aid the giants instead of helping to steal their secrets for the Aesir. The same thing he accused me of, frankly. Though in Tyr's case, I believe he was right.
You think Tyr was helping the giants?
I do. He felt responsible for the suffering visited upon them by Odin. I suspect he had something to do with helping them cover their tracks.
The missing Jotunheim tower.
Correct. Whatever happened to it, I believe it could only have been done with Tyr and the giants working together.
Where is this battle?
Don't know. I've never been in here.
The stone! That has to be it! Naturally.
Didn't think it would be that easy.
No. Was kind of hoping, though. So what now?
Move it or you may lose it, brother.
Okay. Okay. Alright.
Follow me.
Be right there! Well, that's unfriendly.
experience.
Well, it helps that it's a video game. Yeah. Oh yeah, almost forgot. You also have Donna Brazil, who was a Clinton staffer heading the DNC during Clinton's run, as well as like, what was it? She was also, in fact, was Donna Brazil? Was she also the? Let's see here, Donna Brazil, Donna Brazil, DNC. See here. Yeah, like here for example. Inside Hillary Clinton's secret takeover of the DNC. I was asked to run the Democratic Party after the Russians hacked our emails. I stumbled onto a shocking truth about the Clinton campaign. Now, as far as like Russians hacking their emails, this is, to me, I don't find this to be at all credible, because the whole hack their emails thing came right around after the time in which it was revealed that Hillary Clinton had a lot of deals with the Russians that helped them like maintain uranium. They ended up like selling off some amount of resources to Russia as well. So it's like once that came out, all of a sudden these Russians hacked our emails thing came out. Like, okay, well the emails like showcase all this corrupt shit, as well as like all the ways in which Hillary Clinton was like moving the DNC in her direction and controlling it in a lot of ways, and was showing that Clinton staffers were in the DNC doing anti-Bernie shit, like talking about, hey, we want to run Bernie as an atheist in a deep South district to help fuck up his chances of being able to win. What the actual fuck? Seriously? And people tried to bandy that around saying that, ooh, they didn't actually do it then. I don't give a shit. The fact that they were actually like talking about doing that in the first place as an actual viable strategy and nobody pushed back on it, and the only thing that they did was like say, oh, we're not gonna actually do that then, like says to me that these people are corrupt as all hell and will do anything and everything that they possibly can. Even lying about Bernie Sanders' faith. In fact, what is Bernie Sanders' faith? We don't really know that much about him, in fact. It's, what is Bernie Sanders' religion? Yeah, he says that he's not particularly religious. He was raised Jewish, though. He's not a member of any congregation or synagogue. Involved in organized religion. Doing it in a different way. Okay, so this guy, so he's more spiritual than anything else here. He says, to me, I would not be here tonight. I would not be running for president of the United States if I did not have very religious or spiritual feelings. So what gives? Is Bernie Sanders religious or not? Being, like, having religious feelings or spiritual ideas popping around your head but not being a part of any organized religion is becoming a common thing. Non-denominational individuals who are Christian but don't subscribe to any particular denomination are pretty common. Now, granted, some of those are fundamentalist evangelicals who don't feel represented by any one denomination in America, which are really bad, but a sizable portion of those people are actually just like Bernie Sanders, Many Americans answer, in fact, it says right here, many Americans answer that question with a shrug, according to a January poll conducted by the Pew Research Center. Nearly a third say Sanders is somewhat religious, nearly a third say he's not, and more than a quarter say they don't know. It may seem impolite to question Sanders' religious views. Who cares whether he spends his Saturdays at a show or a socialist rally? Millions, meanwhile, have rallied behind his presidential campaign, cheering his jeremiads against consumerism and political corruption. Yeah, so that's basically what a lot of people seem to think here. He might necessarily be Jewish in terms of his like religious leanings, but he's very like liberal slash progressive Jewish, you know. So yeah, I'm not exactly aware of what his religious leanings are, but I would imagine that let's see here, number of Americans against religious against religious establishments. Because I know for a fact that a growing number of Americans are not just becoming less religious, obviously, but also becoming against the establishment of religion. Now, against the sort of established religions. You know, that being like having a church, having a congregation, having a system of hierarchy amongst that particular area, whatever. A lot of people are against that. Even the evangelicals, who are as batshit as they are, even they don't listen to a set priest. They usually listen to either an apologist of some sort, and they interpret the apologist based on what they see, or they listen to some kind of a, or they listen to each other and inform their practices and beliefs based on what kind of stuff that they can get into. That's a lot of Americans. Even those that are evangelical are like that. We're talking like the type that say they're non-denominational but are fundamentalist evangelicals. They go to Christian study groups or like Bible study groups, and they inform their opinions based on what they come out from on that study group. So, extensive new survey of more than 35,000 U.S. adults finds that the percentages who say they believe in God, pray daily and regularly, go to church or other religious services, all have declined modestly in recent years. So, this is like piousness. This survey doesn't even show whether or not people believe in God in a spiritual manner. This is saying that the amount of like Americans that are pious, who are like observant of like their religion on a daily manner or regularly, are declining, which is true. And once that happens, you have quite literally a dip in people who view established religions like a church or a system of belief, or churches that have like some sort of rigorous dogma, if you would, will go down. And because of this, even the amount of the far right radicals or whatever, who do have some sort of rigid doctrine, if you would, still don't respect people from churches or people who are priests necessarily as highly as they would, say, for example, their friend who goes to their study Bible group. In fact, people who fall into this category of what it is I'm saying view people who go to the study Bible group as more credible in terms of helping to inform their faith than a fucking priest will. Which is okay, I fully support that, even for fundamentalist evangelicals. I tend to think that they tend to go with other fundamentalist evangelicals, and most of them don't have like a diverse study group in which you have atheists or Buddhists or Jewish people as well in the studies groups. Those ones, they are very diverse. And they are very welcoming, they're very open. In fact, there's a church nearby me that actively has that. So yeah, and I do like that. I do necessarily like those types of groups, because you're never getting a more informed opinion on the Bible in a Bible study group than being in a group of diverse people, diverse backgrounds in faith, whether it be atheist, Christian, Jewish, Buddhist, Hindu, all that stuff. So yeah, if you want a good take on the Bible, visit like a study Bible group that does that. So, but anyways, that's really all I kind of wanted to say on that. So yeah. As for Atreus and what he just said, and what he's like turning towards, it's like, what the fuck? Where the hell did that come from? where like Atreus was always a boy who wanted to like help people, and all of a sudden now he's getting selfish.
Ah, a skiing dew from my homeland. Used to have one of my own back in the day. You should take it, boy.
Yes, boy. Take it. We might need to butter bread somewhere in our travels.
This is why no one likes you.
Ha! Yeah.
Look, small passages on either side. Perfect for the boy.
It's too small for father, though.
Go. Fine.
Careful, brother. Rhea's not here to bring you back if you're cutting too late.
Gotta say, the music is really selling this place. It's like a giant fucking coin there. Holy Christ. I was just looking at all this gold, all this wealth, and thinking, where's that fucking rune at? Oh, nice, the wine. I was wondering when we would get to this point. By the way, if you like the stream, make sure to comment, subscribe, click that thumbs up button, and click the bell icon. Will tell you when I'm uploading every day. And of course, if you don't like it, just make sure to go ahead and leave a negative comment criticizing me and giving me some constructivism as to how it is I'm actually like, you know, how it is I can improve myself. So yeah.
Enough distraction. Do not forget why we are here.
Wait a second, was that was a picture of him, wasn't it? I wasn't quite paying attention there, but I just saw it just as he threw it down. Let's see here. Oh, nice. Marvel Entertainment is doing a little bit of a red carpet world premiere thing there. Red carpet world premiere. Yeah. So, let's see real quick. Hold on. Sorry. Let's go ahead and turn this back a bit. Let's see. Yeah, that's him. That's him. That's Kratos. Yep. Okay. Like I said, wasn't really paying attention there for the second, so I didn't quite catch it until we like threw it down. But yeah.
Okay.
He's all disappointed that he won't get to play with the big hats.
That's from a great desert land very far from here.
Do gods live there?
Oh my, yes. Many, many gods.
Good or bad?
And not as simple as that, I'm afraid.
Yeah, the Egyptian pantheon is fucking crazy. In fact, if they ever do a Egyptian god of war, it's gonna be fucking wild. We might even end up getting Horus's fucking dick. Not even kidding you. Horus has that literal story about his own dick after he got castrated, well, in which it. Okay. This is like. Just. Okay. Let me go ahead and give you a primary example of what it is I'm talking about here. Not necessarily the Horus dick stuff, because that's stuff you're gonna have to learn on your own, but, okay, not quite what I was looking for here. Hold on. Let's look up, oh, okay, that's why it wasn't coming up. I was doing it ATEM, not ATUM. That's what it was. Okay then. Hold on. So yeah, okay. So this is from Experience Ancient Egypt. This is, if I remember correctly. Hold on. Let's look at the about section here real quick. My Siri and Experience Ancient Egypt. Do you find yourself irresistibly drawn to the mysteries of ancient Egypt? Is there a part you feel that feels deeply connected to the ancient past? Does ancient wisdom resonate with your very being? Okay, I'm not too sure if this is exactly credible in terms of an academic sense, but mostly if it's drawing upon ancient Egypt for spiritual reasons, it's probably going to try to, at the very least, represent some stuff. Anyways, there's a creation myth involving a tomb. Hold on. Involving a tomb, ejaculating into his own mouth and coughing up the universe. Let me see if I can find the image actually. There's actually like an Egyptian image here. Ah, here we go. This is what I'm talking about. So this is like one of the I might end up getting like censored for this, but this is like. Let's see it real quick. Oh yeah, okay. Alright, so. Masturbation and creation. This is what I'm talking about with the Egyptian myth. This is going to be wild. Ignore the penis there. Christians believe that God spoke the world into existence. Genesis tells us that God said, "Let there be light," before a succession of other statements, which literally spoke everything into existence through the use of mere words. The formless chaos became formed and predictable, and life came into existence. But the ancient Egyptians were no prudes. They were a lot kinkier and a lot more bizarre. In one ancient Egyptian creation myth, the world and all of creation came into existence through nothing other than an act of masturbation. See what I mean? And here we thought masturbation was a useless endeavor. Obvious joke there. Somewhat similar to the Christian telling of creation. In the Egyptian version, the universe started as absolute nothingness, like the formless abyss of the Christian tale, but there was one living God, a tomb, who masturbated, and through that act he gave birth to a pair of twin gods. Thus the first act of creation was performed. By the way, it wasn't just the first twin gods. It was also the rest of the universe too. Like, it was through this act that chaos was created and the universe was able to be formed by this god and the two gods. I'm not too sure. I can't remember the name of the two gods. I know that they're fairly old. So, this myth laid the groundwork for what would be uniquely strange culture in the way of sex, and it would actually be present in other sex rituals that people would perform, yeah. So, anyways, yeah. I wonder if we're going to get Horus's dick being, like, carried around by a bunch of giant fucking scarabs as like a king. That would be fucking crazy. It's like, that's actually a thing, by the way. Like, Horus's dick, after it was castrated, went around and attempted to basically form its own kingdom, but instead Horus's dick ended up helping a bunch of scarabs that then named him king on the scarab wall. So he's literally the god. So Horus's dick is literally the god king of scarabs.
You don't look too good.
Yeah, okay. That was deliberate. I was trying not to make it look deliberate, but I did. So, this way. Now.
Left side, brother.
God damn. Ah, damn. He got me. He got me. Damn, I missed.
Keep it up. Your son needs you, brother.
Look out!
Boy, he needs help.
Fuck off.
Can't believe we got through that.
I can't
What
believe
did you see in that vault that set you off?
It is not important.
Seemed important to you.
It was a rash impulse. You need not dwell on my failings.
Wow. That was almost an apology. Well, I guess you do like to thrash pottery.
That was, yeah, that was pretty funny actually, yeah. And you know what, honestly, Mimir laughing like that really sold it there, so yeah.
The reason the second ring should behave like the first. To capture the win.
hot damn, man. Breaking wind there for a second. I can only imagine it's the omelet making me gassy. Okay, this was the room we already went to. Already came out of this one here. Just another way to get in there. Yeah, that omelet probably made me a bit gassy there.
What of these?
Thought is faster than wind.
Something to be solved with our...
Hold on. Let me go ahead and see how long I've been doing this with. Hold on. About like 4 hours. So actually at around the 4-hour mark, I'm gonna go ahead and take a bit of a 1-hour break here, and then we'll come back.
Heads rather than our feet. Suits me fine.
You know, for someone so loved, Tyr sure was paranoid.
Aye. Thanks to Odin, with good reason.
Might be something hidden underneath all this treasure. Okay. Alright. Let's go ahead and see what we can find here in terms of how it is that we're supposed to do this. I already did that one then. Okay. Okay, I need to find out which one of these is open exactly, and then get it, okay? Hold on. Bring up OBS again. There we go. I have to have OBS open in order to be able to see my chat up here, so yeah. Alright. Okay, there we go. Wait for it to come around. Okay. Oh, here's the room we were just in. Okay.
Look, I just want to know the truth from them, okay? I don't care if it hurts me or not. I want to learn. Just because you hate being a god doesn't mean I have to.
He's not wrong there. Like, you know, he doesn't have
More
to be
small
self-hating,
passages.
so, you know.
I know. Go.
I can't watch, brother. Good luck.
I see your eyes open there, Ymir.
And I thought those saws were scary. Look! It's the wolf giants. Skull and Hati.
That's right. The bringers of day and night.
Ragnarok begins when they catch the sun and moon. Right? Did Tyr know them?
I don't know. Like them well enough to cover a massive wall in his vault with them, though.
Don't you enjoy it at all? Being a god? On an adventure in some amazing place? Maybe Mother wanted us to have a little fun. Everything we've seen and done. Maybe it was her gift.
Okay. Let's see what we've got here. Okay. A lot of these people are skipping portions. You should just play through the entire thing and whatnot. And if you need to, just cut out the irrelevant shit. You know, like the fight there. Like, just show a fight's gonna happen and then that's it. Oh, okay, so that's what I do. Alright. That seems fairly simple enough. Hold on. Bring back up OBS so I can see chat, even though no one's really chatting. I don't really have that much of a viewership anyways. Everyone who's going to comment and subscribe, put forth stuff here. So, yeah.
The boy needs help.
And there we go. Yeah, hitting them on the recall is always fun, I have to say. That's like, it's like a blast to have.
Look, there's the wind trap.
Ah, clever.
Okay.
The road stuff. Slower. What's going on?
Trap.
Father!
Boy, get out of here.
I'm fine. How do we get you out?
Pull chains on the wall.
But there are 3 of them. What do I do?
Atreus, focus. You can do this.
Please hurry. I don't know yet if I can drown.
Okay, think. Hati's the Silverlord. He hunts them. Skull's goat and he chases the sun. For Ragnarok to happen, they have to eat them. But these are out of order.
Alright. Since we don't have much time to do that, I'll go ahead and see what the deal is here. Alright, middle one. Alright. Left. Middle. That. Left. See ya. Alright, middle left. See ya. Right. Okay. So let's see, let's do that again, alright?
Good boy.
So the moon goes on the left. Sun on the right. With Midgard in the middle, but which bar do I pull?
Middle bar. Left. The middle. Right. The left.
Moon on the left, sun on the right. Midgard in the middle.
Middle bar. The right, boy.
Okay. And there we go. Just had to watch a video while doing that one. Pretty simple puzzle, but you know you can always get like trapped at this point sometimes.
Yes, that's something.
We're not stopping! Wait! What's that big chain for? Father, above you!
Boy, you have to stop that chain.
How?
I do not know.
Wait, I know what to do.
A knife?
There's no other way! It's not working! That should have worked!
Well, it did work, so.
A knife.
I know. But it saved you.
That was cunning, boy.
Alright. We just bring back up OBS. Which people would actually comment, start conversations in here, but I guess the one person who's here usually isn't here right now, so. Ah.
The red's free! I think we did it!
Aye. Let's go see what Tyr's got for us.
Oh no! Frey's protection ring. It rubbed off! What should we do?
We keep going.
There it is! We've got it!
After this, I'm going to take a bit of a hour break here.
Yeah. On the day you were born, I made 2 knives, mixing metals from my home and from this land. One for myself, and when you were ready, one for you. Today is that day.
So I'm a man now. Like you?
No. We are not men. We are more than that. The responsibility is far greater. And you must be better than me. Understand? Say it.
Or you will be better.
The power of this weapon, any weapon, comes from here. But only when tempered by this. By the discipline, the self-control of the one who wields it. That is where the true strength of a warrior lies. You must never forget that. Good then. Come. like.
Wait!
The rune! Did you see it?
Yes!
Are you certain?
I got it! Trust me!
Good then. Aim for the face.
Watch out!
God damn, there's two of them. Man, these guys are fucking easy, I swear. Other than the regeneration, which is like that, or just that.
He was big. But no match for us gods.
I have beaten bigger.
Puny troll.
Yeah. I'm turned around. Which way is the sand bowl back up?
Okay. So yeah, we're gonna take a bit of a break from streaming here. A bit of an hours-long break. Hold on. Yeah, we're gonna take. I want to take a bit of an hour-long break just to, you know, help myself recover. And that Brett Kavanaugh wouldn't vote in favor of this. Or they obviously were lying. They were obviously lying, and we know that. So is Kavanaugh actually? No, we don't really know the votes right now because at the moment this could change, but it's very doubtful given the composition of the Supreme Court. But yeah, we have a quote by Justice Alito, very nice, and we're gonna go ahead and go over why this is bullshit and disingenuous. But yeah, apparently. And this is the initial SCOTUS draft of the majority opinion here. The relevant parts are highlighted, saying that at the same time of Roe, 30 states still prohibited abortion at all stages. In the years prior to that decision, about a third of the states had liberalized their laws, but Roe abruptly ended that political process. It opposed the same highly restrictive regime on the entire nation and effectively struck down the abortion laws of every single state. Now, this is going to be a part of my views on what it is that I think about abortion. Personally speaking, I view abortion as a necessary medical procedure because you don't just use abortion as a procedure for just aborting unwanted babies. You also do it in case of saving the mother. You also do it in case of, for example, you have a stillborn in the womb. You also do it in case of miscarriages as well. There's a ton of reasons to get an abortion other than aborting an unwanted fetus. And Republicans want to make sure that all of these things are not possible to do because they believe it's saving the life of the mother, even though their actions would literally cause the death of women because of this. So yeah, they don't care. In fact, I believe Emma Watson, who, by the way, I'm not a really big fan of, but she did have a point when she said Republicans She said Republicans want to control women. She did a, oh no, not Emma Watson, some other Watson. I forgot what her name was. Let's see here. It was a skeptic. It was a skeptic. Let's see here. Watson, skeptic. Here we go. Here we go. Rebecca Watson. There we go. My bad. I haven't thought about her in so long, and haven't really. Let's see here. Let's see here. Abortion. Presentation. She did a presentation on abortion. Here we go. Religious right versus every woman on earth. CFI. Really great organization, by the way. Center for Inquiry. I highly recommend you guys subscribe to the channel. Go through it because they've got a lot of great videos on here. I think a lot of them are pretty much... Oh, no, they're still uploading. That's good then. They have stuff like science denial, why it happens, and what to do about it. The alternative prints, unauthorized biography. You know. That's a pretty good one. You have... Organizing with Skeptics Online. This is basically like how you organize, what are the details of that and all that stuff. They've got some really great videos on here. So yeah, she did a video that is definitely worth watching. That was made in 2011, by the way. And it detailed all the ways in which the religious right are trying to control women's bodies through the use of abortion. So, you know, and by the way, all of these people are from the Republican Party or massive leadership areas of the Republican Party. Even, I think she brings up at least 2 Republican parties platforms in two particular states. I don't remember what states those were because, again, this was a long time ago. I have to rewatch the presentation. In fact, I will after this. But suffice to say, Rebecca Watson is right on this part. So... You know, say what you will about her in any particular case. She is definitely right when it comes to this topic anyways. So yeah, there's a little bit of a quote here, which I'd like to go ahead and point out on why it is that this kind of shit is a little bit disingenuous. A little bit disingenuous, but before we get into that, I want to go ahead and say that my view on Roe v. Wade is that it's a kind of a shit show. And what I mean by that is that it's only a shit show in that they have tied the right to an abortion with the right to privacy, which was, while a good decision in some cases, literally laid the groundwork for the conservatives to be able to just get rid of it with enough judges and SCOTUS. So it's a bit of a bad bill. If we're being perfectly honest, it's a bit of a bad decision. Instead they tied it to the right to an abortion, to the right of access to medical procedures. You know, in order to be able to save lives. In other words, life-saving medical procedures. If they tied it to that, and people's right to those particular procedures, then. Like, that would open up for a whole new door of things and whatnot. In fact, it would make it so that way the pro-abortion position, which is like not really pro-abortion, pro-women's rights position, would actually become the pro-life position. Oh, you don't actually like abortion? Well, then you're anti-life, because abortion, guess what, saves people's lives. Alright? It's not just to get rid of unwanted pregnancies, it's also to help women being able to terminate pregnancies that would literally kill them. You're anti-life. The pro-life position would be pro-abortion. Well, literally any other kind of position after that, that tries to come out like as like anti-abortion would be like literally showcases being anti-life. That's my decision or my position, and that's how I think they should have carried it out. But given the circumstances and given the case, there's obviously no other ruling that they could have made at that point in time. And let's see here. There's something to mention about the Constitution, real quick. Wow, the Constitution is mentioned 15 fucking times. Holy Christ. Anyways. Let's go ahead and see where I can find the specific reference here. Hold on. Alright, so we hold that Roe and Casey must be overruled and labeled rights in the document. It is time to heed the Constitution and return the issue of abortion to the people's elected representatives. Sounds like a good idea, right? Wrong, unfortunately, because, well, I'm not going to be affected by this, and no one I know is going to be affected by this. People who are in other states that are not California, that are not blue, are going to be really, really hammered on this issue here. And apparently one of the reasons for why it's being brought up here, let's see if I can find the, here we go. It says, the Constitution does not prohibit the citizens of each state from regulating or prohibiting abortion. Roe and Casey arrogated that authority. We now overrule those decisions and return the authority to the people and their elected representatives. Alright, but what was the reason for that? Why was that the case? It says Roe expressed the feeling that the 14th Amendment was the provision that did the work, but its message seemed to be that the abortion right could be found somewhere in the Constitution, and that specifying its exact location was not of paramount importance. Oh. Apparently, Alito declares that one of the central tenets of Roe, the viability distinction between fetuses not capable of living outside the womb and those which can, makes no sense. Only to a Republican it doesn't, so, you know. But let's see, where's that reference towards the Constitution here? It must be further down, I guess. Oh, here we go. Until the latter part of the 20th century, there was no support in American law for a constitutional right to obtain an abortion. Zero, none. No state constitutional provision has recognized such a right. Well, I'm sorry, but a lot of state constitutional provisions also don't, like, celebrate the rights of workers as well. That's a, like, what the fuck? But that's not the quote I'm looking for here. See here. Looking for... Basically, the argument was original intent, so... Yeah, I just want to go and point out here, original intent conservatives are disingenuous. The idea that constitutionally something has to be mentioned or traditionally upheld by our law and legal system, that can be used for literally any fucking right that we have made beyond the founding of the Constitution's original 10 amendments. Alright? I mean the original Bill of Rights, the 10 amendments that we have. You know, it could literally say slavery doesn't need to be in the Constitution because it was an add-on to it. The Founding Fathers also, like, they use the Founding Fathers all the time as a weapon issue here to do shit like this. To have shit like this come up and say that, oh, we need to adhere to the Founding Fathers' original intent, what they were thinking about when they drafted the document. Well, guess what? They were also thinking that, I hope no one goes ahead and adheres to our reasoning because the Constitution is a living document. In fact, so, Founding Fathers, living documents. The The Constitution is known as a living document because it can be amended. Although in over 200 years there have only been 27 amendments, the Constitution is organized into three parts. The first part, the preamble, describes the purpose of the document and the federal government. The Constitution of the United States is a living document because it was written to be adapted by future generations. If it had not been written with such intentions, the government would be unable to ratify amendments since this in itself is a change. So yeah, original intention is disingenuous in a lot of ways. Like, literally, if you... In fact, let's look up some quotes by them to see what they thought about this. Jefferson's words on this particular part. Oh goody, you want me to subscribe? No. The Post-Gazette. What the fuck? Oh wait, they're wanting me to turn off ad blocker. Alright, sure. Oh, this article requires a subscription. Okay, never mind. Founding Fathers on a Living Constitution. This is probably better. The founders believed that the Constitution was a legally binding agreement between Americans and their government. What would the founders think about a living Constitution? Here's what some of them had to say in their own words. On every question of construction, carry ourselves back to the time when the Constitution was adopted, recollect the spirit manifested in the debates, and instead of trying what meaning may be squeezed out of the text and invented against it, conform to the probable one in which it was passed. Thomas Jefferson. The first governing maxim in the interpretation of a statute is to discover the meaning of those who made it. James Wilson. Okay. The basis of our political system is the right of the people to make and to alter their constitutions of government. But the Constitution, which at any time exists, till changed by an explicit and authentic act of the whole people, is sacredly obligatory upon all. If the opinion of the people, the distribution or modification of the constitutional powers be in any particular wrong, let it be corrected by an amendment in the way which the Constitution designates. But let there be no change by usurpation. For though this is in one instance may be the instrument of good, it is the customary weapon by which free governments are destroyed. George Washington. Meaning that effectively, like, don't do a revolution to change the Constitution, but change the Constitution to whatever it is that you're talking about. So, yeah. So, looks like James Wilson was in favor of, like, their intent being put forth. But Thomas Jefferson basically says, use original intent, but give it leeway whenever you're interested in, like, you know, amending something that wasn't put there originally. Like, you know. So, yeah, that's like a living document sentiment. Can it be of less consequence that the meaning of a constitution should be fixed and known than a meaning of a law should be so? It's a question, meaning to ask, should we really keep the laws as fixed as they are now? Should we change them? The answer, of course, to that is yes. And he elucidates, I guess, late in this one here. The important distinction so well understood in America between a constitution established by the people and an unalterable by the government, and a law established by the government and alterable by the government, seems to have been little understood or less observed in any other country. There's a distinction between this, meaning that the Constitution of the people is meant to protect them from the government. So this is just a general thing here. This isn't really about a living document. Our peculiar security is in possession of a written constitution. Let us not make it a blank paper by construction. If it is, then we have no constitution. Okay, that's just like the structure of the constitution. But it does seem like he's for, like, creating a baseline constitution and expanding upon that. Yeah. To take a single step beyond the text would be to take possession of a boundless field of power. Thomas Jefferson. Okay, so basically it's saying that change it to however you want, but make sure that you stay within the text of the Constitution. Not the interpretation of the Founding Fathers, but within the text of the Constitution. Not the intent of the people who wrote it, but the text of what was put down. So, yeah, like coming up with a lot of fucking people who believe in its original. It's supposed to be a living document. Oh look, even let's see here. Living political constitutions must be Darwinian in structure and in practice. Society is a living organism. Okay, sure thing, Autistic Beaver. You get to have that displayed here. By the way, I hope you're okay with that. So, I'm just saying, I'm gonna ruthlessly make fun of you for the next 2 fucking months when you show up in my chat for saying something like that. Unless, of course, it's a joke. I can't really tell. I mean, I assume it's a joke, but yeah. This is a serious segment here. It's probably gonna be cut out and posted up as a video on like what it is I think about this SCOTUS changing and getting rid of Roe v. Wade. They might, but I don't care one way or the other. Just know I'm just gonna make you, yeah. This is I'm just going over original intent and pointing out why it's disingenuous, because even the founding fathers didn't think that the Constitution was supposed to be, was like. In fact, let me go and show you the article I'm reading up here real quick. Supreme Court has voted to overturn abortion rights, draft opinion shows. This might change in the future, like I said. But yeah. So, anyways, it says it must develop. All that progressives ask or desire is permission in an era when a development revolution is the scientific world. To interpret the Constitution according to the Darwinian principle. All they ask is recognition of the fact that a nation is a living thing and not a machine. Woodrow Wilson, as big of a piece of shit as he is, and he's not a founding father, so his opinion's a little bit irrelevant, but even the conservative fucking Woodrow Wilson, who brought back Jim fucking Crow, believes in the living document approach. So he would probably get up and probably praise the current conservatives for being racist as fuck, but he would also be against them on this. So yeah, it says the United States Constitution has proved itself the most marvelously elastic compilation of rules of government ever written. Just general praise, though irrelevant. Yeah. Here we go. The words of the Constitution are so unrestricted by their intrinsic meaning, by their history, or by tradition, or by prior decisions, that they leave the individual justice free. If indeed they do not compel him to gather meaning not from reading the Constitution, but from reading life. It's Felix Frankfurter, Supreme Court Justice. So his opinion is more relevant. But yeah, so basically, like, founders on the living Constitution. In fact, hold on real quick. Let's look up that guy. Some of the founders did become Supreme Court Justices real quick. Hold on, let's look at him. See if he's actually a founder. Yeah. No, but he's a pretty old judge. Let's see here. Yeah, okay, so he was a pretty old judge. He was definitely born in an era where in which people like still took originalism as a fucking joke. So yeah, but anyways, point being is that this is bullshit. Originalism is bullshit, and Roberts. is bullshit, is full of shit when he's like, let's see, there's a specific quote I wanted to go ahead. Let's see here. Here we go. Until the latter part of the 20th century, there was no support in American law for a constitutional right to obtain an abortion. Zero. None. No state constitutional provision had recognized such a right. And then, of course, we have this particular gem up here. One passage argues that social attitudes towards out-of-wedlock pregnancies have changed drastically since the 1970s, and an increased demand for adoption makes abortion less necessary. This is particularly stupid, because again, abortion, while a touchy subject these days, and yes, I agree with you there, Autistic Beaver, this particular thing that's going on here is like stupid. And the reason why it's stupid is because abortion is used not to get rid of children primarily, because that's like, abortion procedures are typically used for, get this, saving the woman's life in case of a complicated pregnancy, stillborn pregnancies, or miscarriages. You know? I mean, this is just very, very sad how it is at this point isn't really brought up at all in abortion debates. It would shut down a lot of fucking people and their bullshit arguments and show them that, well, making abortion to like save children is like maybe kind of an admirable thing if that's what you're trying to do there, which it's not. There's a Rebecca Watson video on that, which I just showed earlier on. But if it is, if that's your view on it, then okay, you're killing more women than you're going to do so. Because not only that, women are going to do back alley abortions. Are you going to criminalize back alley abortions? If you ask any fucking conservative whatsoever whether or not they will criminalize a woman who gets a back alley abortion and make her go to jail and what the punishment should be, you will get very squeamish people. You will get very squeamish answers, to the point in which they don't want to admit that that's what would happen, or that they can't really conceive of the idea of punishing a woman for a back alley abortion because they made abortion illegal in the first place. So yeah. And the other thing, by the way, I have to be perfectly honest about here, is that the idea that this is in any way, shape, or form valid is completely full of shit. There was massive support during the second wave of feminism, and there still is massive support amongst the third wave of feminism and the general population for abortion. In fact, abortion support statistics. The only people who are really, really being really fucking obtuse about this are people who don't realize that like 59% of majority of U.S. adults say abortion should be legal in all or most cases, while only 39% think that abortion should be illegal in all or most cases. So the majority not only agrees with the people, but if you actually look at this line from like 1995 to like 2021, and then you go towards public support back in the 60s and the 70s, in which the movement for women's liberations was pretty strong at that time, you find the case for abortion, for support of it, jump up massively. You also have films during that time, by the way, that tackle the issue of abortion and back alley abortions during that era. Look them up. Like, just go check them out. They're really interesting. So yeah, partisan gap in views of whether abortion should be legal remains wide. So yeah, this is where the gap comes from, by the way. It's Republicans versus Democrats, or that lean Democrats and lean Republicans. But when you actually ask the question of whether it should be legal or not amongst this part, it really is stark contrast here. So yeah, it's primarily just the Republicans. And let's be perfectly honest here. There are more independents and more progressives collectively in this country when you like put them together. They basically eke out a massive voting bloc. And most of these people side with abortion being legal. The progressives, obviously. The independents, depending on if you lean more conservative or not, their whole view is, I believe abortion should be is murder, but it shouldn't be banned. That's typically the independent sort of route on there. Libertarians are more like, even if you're a conservative libertarian, your thing is like, I don't like abortion, but I don't want the state enforcing it either. So yeah, there's that. It's, and it should be viewed as a medical procedure. But it's not by conservatives. It's viewed as like a moral issue, which it shouldn't be. So yeah, I just wanted to bring this up. It's very obvious what's going on here with regards to that. And in fact, I'll just plug this video again since Autistic Beaver didn't see it. If you're still there, man, there's this video that I brought up called by Rebecca Watson. It's a presentation for the Center for Inquiry called "The Religious Right versus Every Woman on Earth." It was a 2011 little bit there, and if you actually watch it, it's really, really, really fucking telling as to what we're dealing with right now. In fact, she goes into the topic of abortion here, and she brings up she brings up some YouTube comments, but she also brings up Republican platforms on this issue here. So, yeah. It is really disgusting here. So yeah, check out this video, look it up. It's a real fucking mindfuck there as to how relevant this is. But anyways, that section is done and over with. Let's get back to the game here, shall we? I'm gonna cut that segment down.
You're...
This scene is particularly touching. I love it.
We're so close to the end.
Sit. Lemnian wine. The island of Lemnos. Near the place of my birth.
Lemnos.
To a journey's end.
Alright, so he gets the first one.
Smells like rotten eggs. Is it still good?
Possibly.
Should be. Wine isn't all that good. Oh, they should have kept that. And you know what? It would have been great had like bits of beer, bits of like wine start going down his beard. That would be great. Perhaps they'll do that whenever they decide to remaster this. Imagine remastering this game. Holy fuck. Yeah, in about like 10 years this game is going to get remastered. I'm calling it right now. But anyways, that is a great little scene there. Absolutely fantastic.
Father, why did you leave your home and come here? Does it have to do with the other gods there? It's just, you hate the gods so much. But Tyr proves that gods can be good. And you're good. You only killed those deserving, right?
Yes.
Ah, but
That's
who's
true.
worthy enough to judge?
Quiet, head. We are. We know better.
Uh-huh. Sounding more like your da by the moment.
Ready.
Ready.
Come.
Gods are terrible judges, especially
I think I'm
considering
gonna
what's
like
been
being
going
a
on
god.
there. Honestly, he's starting to.
We go where we want, we do what we want, and now we're gonna go see the giants.
Aye. Having learned that travel rune to Jotunheim, we can now head back to the gateway on top of the peak and put that magic chisel to good use.
Nobody's getting in our way this time. Come on.
Let's go ahead and go this and let's go and check out Brock real quick. Have him take care of my pit there. What? I can't. Like, really? Don't let me in. Okay, that's not the problem then, I guess. I know there's like some kind of ambush that happens along the way. Some kind of fight of some kind.
Ah, I can read what this says now. But it's a name. Rota! Whoa! The name made it light up.
It's the name of one of the Valkyries. That's quite curious.
There's a Valkyrie over there then. Strange. I looked a little bit ahead. I know what's going on with the Valkyries, but I'm not gonna say anything. As I need to get to a point in my development.
I'm gonna tell Sindri I'm a dog. I'd like to see the look on his face.
No. I may have kept your secret too long, but now you will keep our secret.
Huh. I still can't read these.
Okay.
Oh. Why should we hide what we are? Secrets are Odin's way. Shouldn't we be open? Like Tyr?
Tyr kept secrets too, for good reasons. To protect people. It is wiser to be discreet.
That doesn't mean you should lie to your friends. Or your family.
I'm sure Sindri would understand and do the same, lad. Don't fret.
Yeah, if Sindri was a god, he probably wouldn't go around advertising or telling just anyone, you know?
Excited to finally see the land of the giants?
Yeah, but also sad the journey's almost over. Oh, what if we get to Jotunheim and there aren't any giants there either?
Makes little difference to us. Fulfilling your mother's wish is what is important.
Ah! Oh, don't go anywhere. Be with you in 2 shakes.
Father, can I tell him?
No.
Tell me what? Did you put this wheel in your mouth? Oh, God. I'll vomit. I'm not kidding. I'll throw up on it.
It is nothing. A family matter.
Oh.
Why? I don't even want to know what Sindri was thinking when he thought, like, put this in. Like, is it because he's young? Is he. What? He's not. I don't know.
Oh. I can tell you a thing or two about family matters.
Let me guess. Your brother isn't as talented as you, and his work is junk.
Those things are accurate. Your point?
It's all you ever talk about, over and over. Do something about it or shut up already.
I see.
Yeah! We're sick of hearing about little people's little problems.
Where the fuck did that come from?
That hurt a little. Let's have a look at your gear then.
It is kind of a petty problem and somewhat annoying to hear about all the time. But he didn't need to react that way. So he's a grandson of Zeus. That might mean that he has, like, control over weather.
Can't guarantee you'll like my work today.
Big pauldrons of defense. Of protection, sorry. Well, protection, defense, doesn't really matter what it is I call it, huh?
You sure you wouldn't prefer Brock help you instead? What shall it be? Wow, he deigns to let me help him. Swell. Oh, did you want to say something? No. What did we miss?
Harden. Okay, no, we don't have any Harden then. Never mind. Traveler's armor shard. Okay.
Wow, he deigns to let me help him.
Harden's
Swell.
photo hunter steel. Okay. Okay, let's get a resurrection stone now.
Oh, I'm glad I'm still useful to you.
Gauntlets of the True Warrior.
You sure you wouldn't prefer Brock help you instead?
Aim shot. Enemies in the air take increased damage. When... Okay, I don't have enough hack silver then. Barrage.
Something else for you, then? Guess you don't need anything from me.
Watch your back!
God damn. I'm just gonna go ahead and beat the shit out of this thing here. There we are.
To think I used to feel bad? I thought that was gonna stop us. Okay, which way up?
He is getting a darker side, but I have no idea what this is. I
Broken
guess
again.
just the knowledge of him.
I'm starting to question Cinder's skill. Maybe Brock was right all along.
You know, he's being kind of a dick. It really isn't that much of a reason for him to be this hard on Sindri. I mean, yeah, Sindri is a little bit annoying, but he's not that bad. So, yeah. Unfortunately, that is how things are going to be going, I guess. This looks like part of it was destroyed. I mean, it's not exactly Sindri's fault that this shit happens, is it? I didn't notice that chest beforehand, but now that I did, I'm gonna go for it. Let me go and check something real quick. Hold on. Ah, okay, I see what the issue is with my mouse, my microphone right now. It's on Omni. Let me go and change the setting over one. So that way it doesn't pick up anything else other than me now. There we go. That should be so much better. In fact, let's do a little bit of a test run here real quick. Hold on. Actually, I had my mic on the wrong setting this entire time and I didn't even notice. Dumbass. I didn't even notice. Okay, so test. Test. Alright. Let's see what the sound is right there. It might take effect next time I start recording because I'm hearing the fan, but I don't think it's like as pronounced as beforehand. Hold on.
Can I stop us? Okay, which way up?
He is getting a dark. Okay. Yeah. So, anyways, he's getting a bit darker. I guess I'll just mention that. His change of ideas and whatnot of what he values is definitely changing because he knows that he's a god. But it's like, you gotta be better than that, though. Like, you know, what about that little moment that they shared? I think that would have been really important, but I guess not. I guess the writers want to show, like, how the knowledge of God just changes you almost instantly, so yeah. Oh wait, I was making my way over there. Yeah, that's right. My bad. I almost kind of forgot what I was doing. My dumb. My dumb. Oh wait, I already had that. Okay, never mind. We'll just leave it there until we need to recall it. I mean, you know. Yeah. I'll play the New Game Plus on my own at some point.
Why did you speak to the dwarf like that?
Aren't you sick of hearing about him and his brother?
Of course. But it serves nothing to make an enemy of him.
He should know the truth, even if it hurts.
It was needless and unkind.
Truth is more important than kindness.
Your mother would disagree.
She wasn't a god.
It's not like you should, like, what the hell? She wasn't a god. It's like, yeah, but that doesn't mean she doesn't hold any wisdom all her own. I mean, you're just a fucking, you're just like, what, 12, 13 years old? What the fuck is wrong with you, Atreus? Seriously? When you're a god, you're dealing with humans and whatnot, you're dealing with mortals. It's like, you gotta take kindness into account. Because, you know...
I felt that one,
There we go.
This used to be a challenge. Why don't you let me carry her up from here?
No.
Why not? We're almost there. You know I can handle it.
Can you? After the way you spoke of her, I question that.
What? That she wasn't a god?
She was better than a god, and you shall not dishonor her.
Fine. Carry her yourself.
That's pretty callous. I mean, if we're all being perfectly honest, that is pretty fucking callous of him. Just say something like that about his own mother who recently died and he cared about and whatnot. So, yeah. Oh wait, my bad. It said B and I automatically pressed B without like thinking. Because it's starting to get dark here, let me go and turn on some light. And I'll get a little bit of snack too. Didn't feel like having another yogurt, so I figured I'd have another soda. So, at the last one, for when I go ahead and decide to, well, you know, decide to eat next time. So, yeah. Which will probably be tomorrow, actually, now that I think about it. Very good stuff.
Another Valkyrie.
What should we do with her?
Whatever you do, just be careful.
see about waiting there. I'll probably 100% complete this on the new game plus difficulty. Honestly, I've got to side with Kratos on a lot of this stuff, so...
That we were gods. Why come up with the story about Odin trying to follow us to Jotunheim before we get there or whatever? Isn't it a lot simpler if they want us dead because we're gods? And they think we're a threat?
I suppose we can't rule it out, but Odin's ways are subtle and his purposes are...
Enough about Odin and his whole stupid family.
I wonder if, like, fighting Odin is going to be the thing that's going to be the last boss there.
Odin's doing too. Nice try. You and Mother always said all gods were evil. But we're not. Tyr wasn't. Freya neither. The Aesir gods, that's who's evil. And you know what? Odin's right. We are a threat. Because we know what they are and we know we can beat them.
Well, not all of them. Not yet.
Magni did his worst, and he's dead. They're no better than us, and they're gonna be sorry they picked this fight.
I really have to agree with Trace. I mean, you are literally the protagonist, so you're going to live through everything here.
Thor, blame me. Me. For what you did to Magni. My own father called me a coward.
Looks like he did more than that. Move it, or we'll pick up where he left off.
I'll kill you.
No. He is beaten. Not worth killing.
He should pay for what he said about Mother.
I said no.
But we're gods. We can do whatever we want.
That's what I said to your mother, right before I gave it to her.
What are you doing?
This is a much better knife than Mother's.
You killed against my wishes. You lost control.
Haven't you been teaching me to kill?
I've been teaching you to survive. We are gods, boy. And that makes us a target. From now until the end of days, you are marked. So I teach you to kill, yes, but in defense of yourself. Never as an indulgence.
Nobody cared about him anyways. What's the difference?
There are consequences to killing a god.
Why? How do you know? How do you know?
Watch your tone, boy.
Oh, he knows. He knows. In fact, let's look at some of those consequences, shall we? Let's just take a quick detour here. Kratos kills gods. God of War 3. Let's just look at all the god deaths here, shall we? Let's turn this down a little bit.
To the challenge. I truly.
Okay, no. That's like. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, here we go. This is what I'm looking for.
Save me now, as you once saved me from Atlas. And I promise to repay you in full.
If you wish to repay me, tell me where I can find the Flame of Olympus.
The flame? You will never defeat Zeus, Spartan. You will forfeit your life in trying.
Of all the lives you should worry about, Helios, mine is not one of them.
Feel the power of the sun!
This is Helios.
I tell you that to destroy Zeus, you must step into the flame to receive its power.
You lie, Helios! Hephaestus told me the flame kills all who touch it.
And you believe him? That freak has fallen from the graces of Olympus!
That is
Yeah, let's just get to the depths. Here's the consequences he's talking about here. Because he killed the god of the sun, he is forever blighted in the land. So yeah, he's like blocked out the sun is no longer available there because the god is killed. Now watch what happens when he kills Gaia. Or not Gaia, oh, what's her name exactly? Wife of Zeus. Hold on. Wife of Zeus. Hera, I think. Yeah, Hera. So watch as he kills Hera. And because she's the goddess of the harvest. Well, this is what happens to her. And here's the consequences of that. Everything is dying, all the greenery dies. Not just here, by the way, but everywhere in the Great War. So yeah, there's that. Oh, and I almost forgot. Poseidon. Watch what happens when Poseidon is killed. There's his death. And because he dies, this is what happens. All those innocent mortals, all those people die. Yet there's the consequences of that. Let's see what the consequences are of killing Hades, shall we? So Hades dies. The entirety of the underworld. The underworld is literally plunged into chaos as a result of this. And now, the souls also get to escape. Look at that. They're all escaping. They're going up in the world. So, if there was anyone dead, if there was anyone still alive, they're probably all dead now. So yeah, we saw what happened with Helios. Let's see what happens when you killed Hermes. Hermes is going to be the last point being made here. So yeah, Hermes is dead. Because he was the god of speed and whatnot, and the god of the sky, he creates a stream of locusts that go out into the world and just like destroys everything. Also, he's a god of healing too, so these are probably disease, pestilent type things and whatnot. So yeah. Well, everyone else who's remaining is dead, I guess. I mean, you know. And then he goes off to kill Hercules, which Hercules is more of a demigod. There's really no reference towards him. But he kills Zeus. He ends up killing Cronos. So yeah, there's not much consequences to killing Cronos or Hephaestus. With Hera, yeah. With Zeus, oh man, there is definitely a consequence to that. In other words, the entirety of the realm of the gods is gone. Yeah. is sad. Oh look, Vosh did a video on Roe v. Wade Supreme Court decision. Is this going to be a stated thing? Oh yeah, it looks like it is. It looks like he's like already doing that. Let's watch this for a second. Let's take a bit of a break and watch this for a bit here. I did a similar thing not too long ago, so I'm allowed to just watch this.
A quick recording here. Off stream, no chat, blah blah. Just about an hour and a half ago, Politico published an article which refers to a document which was leaked to them. It's a draft court opinion written by Justice Alito, one of the more conservative members of the court, to put it lightly. It's a draft opinion which expresses their intent to overturn Roe v. Wade and Casey versus Planned Parenthood. Or Planned Parenthood versus Casey. Oop. Essentially, I don't know why there's a Politico loading bar on the screen. I don't know why somebody just donated to me when I'm not online. Essentially, a draft document is when the Supreme Court issues a ruling, it issues alongside it quite a bit of writing, and they are essentially pre-testing their document that they're going to release alongside an unprecedented revocation of our civil rights. The majority of Americans believe in the right to an abortion. This is a culture war talking point which has always been disingenuously adopted by the right to justify them doing absolutely nothing for the average American. And here we are. Roe v. Wade is going to be overturned. It is not... We've long bantied about this. This is something we've long expected. But this is in writing from Justice Alito, the decision. Though it has not passed yet and probably will not for several months. This lays their intentions out pretty clearly. The leaking of a draft opinion from the Supreme Court is unprecedented in modern times.
Oh yeah, that was another thing. Like, this is like never happened before, beyond the decision to overturn a basic civil right. Like, this hasn't happened in the history of the Supreme Court, as far as I'm aware.
It's not something that happens very often, which suggests to me that whoever leaked it, and I have no idea who leaked it, Politico will probably protect that information to their grave, whoever leaked it did so in the hopes that public outrage will dissuade the court from making their decision. People are going to be outraged at this. Ben Shapiro on Twitter already is. That people would use public opinion to sway the decision-making of Supreme Court justices. The liberal mythology of the Supreme Court justice is that they are apolitical. They are not affected by politics. They are exclusively affected by a completely apolitical interpretation of the Constitution, following only their own judgment and no political pressure whatsoever. This is ridiculous. It is stupid. It is unreasonable. And it is also heavily critiqued, funnily enough, in critical race theory, which is one of the reasons conservatives really don't like critical race theory. Real critical race theory, I mean, not what they call critical race theory. Supreme Court justices are as political as any other living human. There is a reason why conservative Supreme Court justices always seem to arrive at court decisions consistent with the desires of conservative political parties, and vice versa with liberal judges. If public opinion is to influence their decision, I have no problem with this whatsoever, if it can influence their decision. With Casey and Roe overturned, a great number of U.S. states are going to pass total bans on abortion, a right which you have been entitled to since your birth, most likely, judging from the average age of my audience, will, if you live in these states, simply no longer exist. You have every right to be outraged about this. I have talked about abortion many times on my channel, and my opinions on the subject have not changed. I think it's a right that we all have. I want to talk a little bit about the court's decision in brief and simple language, because it is, of course, a draft opinion written by a court justice. It is full of legalese.
Oh, by the way, that thing on Ben Shapiro that he mentioned, here's him doing just that. The great respecters of the rule of law are here, and they are in favor of leaking draft SCOTUS opinions, then nuking the filibuster in order to enshrine abortion into law in defiance of the constitutional order. What the fuck is he talking about in terms of like nuking the filibuster in order to enshrine abortion into law in defiance of the constitutional order? The Constitution, Ben, is decided not by the Supreme Court, but by the people. And we just went over this too, like 56% of Americans actively support, I mean not 56, 59% of Americans support abortion, according to various different polls. So, you know, I mean, the Republicans and other individuals are basically in a minority. It says Democratic Senate candidates across the country are calling on the filibuster to be eliminated in response to Politico obtaining a draft of a SCOTUS decision striking down Roe v. Wade. Let's make this clear here. The filibuster is being used by Republicans to effectively stall any kind of decision made by a Democratic president. Period. Okay? If this was being done to Ben Shapiro's party by the Democrats or whatever, he would be arduently for it. He would be like, get rid of the filibuster, we need to get rid of the filibuster. He would be for that. But because the Republicans are using it towards them, and the Democrats are so fucking spineless, they can't use the filibuster, they can't consistently use the filibuster against Republicans for the same exact reasoning and whatnot, then he's for the filibuster. Because the filibuster allows Republicans to get what they want without any fucking ruling whatsoever, without any means of staying consistent on things, and simply as a means of obtaining the president, so that way they can obtain the presidency and do bad things. That's just it. That's just it. The bad things they want to do is take away civil rights. They want to enshrine a theocracy, at least the hardline Republican voters and the hardline sort of idiots who want a theocracy, or at the very least like an oligarchy in such a way in which like the rich rule everything, even though like most Republicans are poor, like the Republican voters are poor. The Republicans in power right now and the conservatives in power don't want you to have any fucking rights, because if you have rights, they can't make money, and if you have rights, they can't maintain their means of power. So yeah.
There are a couple of snippets that people have taken out which seem quite alarming, which I would like to address. Before that, though, I want to speak as a matter of practicality. Things are only going to get worse in the red states. The suggestion that people who are unhappy with the decisions of state legislators should simply move to blue states, you know, if it's they're concerned about something going on in the red ones, has long been considered a fairly classist one. You know, not everyone can afford to move, not everyone has the means, there are people who are too young, people dependent on others.
It's also very boomerish. I mean, you know, the very idea that people should just move to another place because they don't like the laws is like such a boomer mentality that it makes me wonder why the fuck they're even there. And secondly, it also betrays this sort of inkling on the idea. It's like saying, well, I can't get what I want, so I'm just going to take my stuff and go someplace else. Which sounds reasonable until you realize that we're talking about legality here. I mean, because it's funny, too, in a sense, because libertarians often make this claim, right libertarians, the ones that are for free markets, they always make this claim saying that you should move if you don't like the laws or whatever in the place. I notice these people never moved to Uganda, by the way, which is almost no government oversight over markets. I notice that they don't really go over to Papua New Guinea, where there's also like very little in the way of government stamping on your rights in a market sense. They're American. They stay in America. They die in America. So yeah, these people are very, very disingenuous anyways.
Unfortunately, this is becoming more and more of a reasonable suggestion with time. With the Supreme Court effectively not on our side, and the federal government unable or unwilling to legislate and mandate federal protections, red states are only going to get more unhinged and psychotic with time. And given that, I will not blame any of my fair-minded audience members for wanting to get the hell out of there and go to one of the blue states, which will, at least for now, have a much more robust set of protections. Perhaps we're about to see the real difference between the parties. Long have people on the left said that the Dems and the Republicans are the same. Well, I suppose we'll see.
Corporately, they are the same in terms of money interest and whatnot. They both serve the elite money interests. The only difference that they have in that regard, in a meaningful fashion, is like which industries they support. Oil, traditional systems of manufacturing, and manufacturing food products, as well as farming, is typically a Republican sort of issue. With regards to Democrats and liberals, you have them basically supporting big tech companies, manufacturing in terms of technology, and a host of other like corporate influences in media as well, giving leeway to a lot of that stuff. It's a little bit, it's different for each media company, but the Democrats and the liberals have been very effective at supporting media establishments and media corporations to consolidate. They won't ever bring up media consolidation as a huge problem in America. They just won't. They won't ever bring it up. They won't ever talk about breaking these companies up. Disney should be broken up at this point in time because it is quickly becoming a monopoly. Within my lifetime, Disney has gotten so many different pictures, so many different movie studios, that a lot of our media is now being dictated by just by a handful of media corporations. So yeah.
Won't we, with our state governments? In all seriousness, if you are in a red state, you are probably soon no longer going to be able to have an abortion. If you have a womb, you already know what this means. If you don't, mostly lads, but not entirely, I encourage you to keep this information in mind. Though I believe you will always have the right to travel to another state in order to get an abortion there. Obviously, this can be expensive and time-consuming, and I'm not a lawyer. There are some legal circumstances associated with that I am concerned about. I believe you should have a right to go to another state, do something that's legal in that state but not legal in your home state, and then go back to your home state without prosecution. But I think that's something the federal government has to intervene on, and at the moment the courts and the federal government don't seem to be reliable avenues for protecting your civil rights. So it is going to get scary out there for a lot of people. I beg of you to use contraception, please. It will soon become more important than before. No pull-out game, lads, okay? Be serious about this. It's your future we're talking about. Anyway, to speak to the ruling itself, there are a couple of particularly...
You know what they should do? There should be, and I can't believe I'm actually suggesting this, but there should be a group of feminists that go around and get pregnant by a man and start suing the fuck out of that man and start clogging up the court systems with all these different suing stuff about compensation and all this bunch of shit because they can't get an abortion. They have to get all kinds of payments out of these people and clog up the court system and make it such a huge problem that they're forced to actually legalize abortion. Just make pregnancies a huge issue for these people, you know? Obviously, that's a horrible idea, but I feel like a horrible idea that the Republicans have been for needs a horrible solution in order to get them to go back on it. They might clamp down further, which might not be a good idea, but it would be funny to see feminists actually do that. You know, I don't think that's something that will do so. I think that's very stupid. But if it's something that does happen, I would love it. I would just like be saying, so do you guys want to make abortion legal again? Since we're having like a lot of feminists get pregnant and suing the man who made them pregnant because they won't like care for the child and whatnot in the womb, and it's like use all the conservative arguments about how this is already a life, about how they're already neglecting the life of their child. Use as much of this shit as possible. Would be great.
These stupid bits here. In Alito's draft opinion, he actually pulls out the YouTuber conservative logic lord arguments here that abortion was initially supported by people in favor of eugenics, as though there's any institution in the United States that has at some point been weaponized by eugenicists.
Yeah, and not only that, that's like abortion rights also had unsavory views in eugenics. That was something we didn't quite go about there.
They
like
say the
fucking
poor old
wild
African
there.
Americans are suffering a disproportionate demographic effect because black people are more likely per capita to have an abortion than not black people, leaving aside the fact that an abortion is a right that we all have, and their disproportionate use of those services probably has more to do with poverty.
Anything that he's going to say after this is like pretty much I agree with, but the idea that abortion is a right is not that. All right, it's a right in the sense that it's a medical procedure, and rights to medical procedure are rights, but abortion in and of itself is not a right. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, I disagree with that idea. That abortion in and of itself is a medical right. Abortion is a medical right because it's a medical procedure that can save lives and that can reduce harm and benefit, and that's something that we take into account by doing that.
And contraception and education than it does their disproportionate abortioning their use of those services. Don't get me wrong, the fact that there's a disproportionate number of black fetuses aborted is indicative of a problem, but that problem isn't with the right to an abortion. It's with the socioeconomic factors which lead to so many unwanted pregnancies.
Yep.
Anyway, Alito, in the full in the full opinion, essentially says this has all been so controversial. The original Roe v. Wade decision was tenuous legally, which I agree with, by the way. I do agree with that. Not to say that abortion shouldn't be a right. Just from what I've heard, the initial ruling, the right to privacy, that kind of thing, it just seemed like a pretty weak grounding. The right to an abortion should be brought about and maintained through law, federally. It shouldn't be up to the Supreme Court ruling to tie it tenuously to some aspect of the Constitution. So we have that, of course.
Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, that's pretty true. Although I think that if they had just simply stated that medical rights and reference in medical right proceedings, that should have been the ruling right there. Not like privacy rights. So yeah, we pretty much agree with that.
Which is brilliant. We also have this right here, which I'm just going to read and then explain. We hold that Roe and Casey must be overruled. The Constitution makes no reference to abortion, and no such right is implicitly protected by any constitutional provision, including the one on which the defenders of Roe and Casey now chiefly rely, the Due Process Clause, the 14th Amendment. That provision has been held to guarantee some rights that are not mentioned in the Constitution, but any such right must be, quote, deeply rooted in this nation's history and tradition, end quote, and, open quote, implicit in the concept of ordered liberty. Washington versus Glucksberg, what a name. The right to an abortion does not fall within this category. The issue here is that the implication is that Alito is casting aspersions on a variety of other protections which tend to be rooted in 14th Amendment language and logic. Now, again, I'm not a legal scholar here. The comment that I'm referring to on Twitter is presumably also not from a legal scholar, but I've seen a lot of people on Twitter blowing up about this and essentially reaffirming this sentiment. So I'll say that many people are saying that the language used here could be equally implemented as an attack on the federal right to gay marriage, opposition to sodomy laws, the unconstitutionality of anti-sodomy laws, interracial.
Yeah. Yep. This could be on the constitutional protection. This could also be used as an argument against the constitutional protection against, like, slavery as well. I guess another thing that people need to realize here is that all persons born or naturalized in the United States are subjected to the jurisdiction thereof, are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. This is the 14th Amendment, by the way. No state shall make. Hold on, let me just bring up screen. In fact, no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens. Yada yada yada. Yeah, I mean, there's section 1. Here's section 2. You can go and pause this and read it. You can, pause it and read it, each section. So, yeah. Back to, what was it? There was one that mentioned disabilities, exactly, part of a... well, anyways, point being is that this could be used to also, like, invalidate the civil rights of people with disabilities. This could be used to, like, this kind of language can be used for all kinds of shit. So, yeah.
Marriage, stuff like that. Essentially, the argument being that by posturing this phony originalist intention with constitutional interpretations, you could go, oh, well, nothing in the Constitution says that you have a legal, God-given right to be able to have sex with other...
By the way, that's the phrasing, for the record, of how it is that people implemented Jim Crow and got Jim Crow laws into place. So it's like, I'm not saying that he's advocating for this. I'm saying that the idea of original intention, the Constitution doesn't say this, the law doesn't say this, when in fact that was like the impetus for keeping Jim Crow laws on the books without it explicitly saying anything.
Men, it's something like that. We're not quite there yet, but I think it goes without saying, just looking flatly at the state of the Republican Party today, that if they decide that their next big culture war issue that they want to fixate on is like gay marriage, I mean, we're only like 7 years out from that ruling. It wouldn't be hard to get rid of that for them. But they could go further than that. And they will go further than that. Because they hate you, and they want you to suffer and then die. Some of them do this because they simply enjoy your suffering and death, and some of them do it because your suffering and death is a component of a culture war that they fight to distract their hateful voters, or their deceived voters, from understanding that the Republican Party offers nothing materially to them or to their interests, that they are a sole net negative. It's all a big smokescreen, but it's a smokescreen that kills. It's like a vaporous poison smokescreen. It's gonna get really bad out there, folks. So take care of yourselves. Live in blue states if you can. Seriously, it'll make it easier. If you live in a red state, then yeah, good luck. Yeah. And do keep in mind, the reason this document was leaked is almost certainly because the leaker wanted outrage. So feel free. It's a civil right that's being taken from you. Something that's been enshrined in this country for half a century. It's gonna be gone.
Yep, that's pretty much true. Wasn't much to comment on that because that's pretty obvious here, so yeah. Sorry about that. Hold on for a second. I'm making a video. I'm making a comment reply with regards to the cynical historian here, in an actual Justice Warriors video. So yeah. Somebody claiming the cynical historian is lying or doesn't want people to check his sources. It's like... Hold on. Alright. Anyways. Let's go and continue now, shall we? Since we're basically done with that now. Just gotta check to see how much time has passed since then. I'll give it about like actually it's kind of late into the area in here. I'm gonna go ahead and make another omelet, so I will go ahead and pause this, take a bit of a break since it's like around this 6-hour mark. And yeah, I will. That look is like he's turning into a monster. Sort of look.
Whatever.
On your left!
boys are excited.
Keep
because I
your
ate
wits
pizza
about you,
and they think
boy.
they're gonna get
If
stuck.
Modi found us, Baldur cannot be far.
Good. I have a few words for him, too.
No, you do not. You will leave him to me.
So you can kill him. Because that's what we do to our enemies, right? Because he'd do the same to us.
I will do only what is necessary.
And I'll help.
No.
Oh, they think I still have a pizza. So cute. Alright, come on guys, come on. I don't have anything for you. They're just sitting here. I'm not too sure if you guys can see them though. But yeah, they're just kind of sitting there. Oh, Roma came in and bullied them away. Good Roma. Now Roma's gonna be over here. I think we're gonna have something. Already was over there, so. I think about 3 more hours to do here. Honestly, I'm not sure what this knowledge is doing to Atreus. He's clearly becoming more arrogant and more selfish. But hey, I guess if you find out you're a god...
Oh yeah, this room. But we need a new way up.
Okay.
Oh yeah, this room. But we need a new way up. you talking to me? Thought you didn't like my tone. Whatever.
Bottoms up, cups found. I guess the idea of being a god really isn't something that he can handle.
You know there's no way up this way, right?
Let's find that new way to get up here.
I can't learn if you won't teach me.
You do not heed my lessons.
I've done everything you asked, and all I wanted was the truth. Where did you get your fire blades? Why did you hide them? You said there are consequences to killing a god. You used the blades to kill one. Who else did you kill? Before Magni? How many? Do you hear me?
I heard you, and these are not subjects for discussion. Do not push me, boy.
Fine. Amir, guess what? I know everything I need to know now. I have nothing else to learn.
Ah, congratulations.
He's clearly too drunk on his own fucking shit.
Not yet.
Enough of these guys.
Well, I can't really argue with that there, boy. I can't really argue with you there, Atreus. I mean, come on. I am getting sick and tired of those little leeches.
Brothers, be warned. The tunnels I'm seeing in the walls up here show signs of recent dragon activity.
We already killed that dragon.
Ah, did you then? Well, how'd that go?
What does this say?
It says, don't wake him. Whatever. We've killed everything else in this mountain. Who else wants a taste?
Supposed to bring this up here. Okay. That's not going to work at all. You can already tell. Don't see if anything drops from that at all, but nah. Guess it doesn't. I guess we'll come back for this one then.
Boy.
Whatever.
last place they look. Okay.
Come on, this way. Charge!
Hold!
Left side, brother!
That was a lot easier than the first time I ever tried to fight this guy. Shit. Yeah. When I fought this guy on the PS4, that guy was... I died so many times to this guy. Looks like I'm getting a lot better at dealing with those fuckheads. So, alright, cool. Alright, we're at the third one of that thing. Alright.
Whatever.
It is done. Asgard's defenses are impenetrable. All means of access have been cut off, save those on Odin's power. The plague of the dead will not touch us, nor shall we fear any Vanar's aggression. Word of this must reach noble Thor, for the time approaches for his part in the All-Father's plan. Okay.
didn't know you'd be coming through here. Can't guarantee you'll like my work today. Wow, he deigns to let me help him. Swell.
Okay.
Oh, what more do you need?
Traveler's Grizzly trophies. I'm gonna wait till I can get this one. Yeah. Or actually, you know what? Let's just go and get this rather.
Your arm is strong. Good advice. Guess I'll stop what I'm busy with now.
Probably the next language rune. No Pime complete. Okay. Hold on. Let's see here. Learn the languages of Muspelheim and Niflheim. Alright. So close. Alright. How close am I to that 1,000 enemies sort of thing? Alright, let's wait for it to get to here. There we go. Okay. Let's see about getting this done. God damn, man.
Keep on getting in their way. See what you get.
The adult thing would be to help you, so... Hi.
Ah, damn, I meant to get the superior directions done, not berserkers. Oh well. I played up to like the second escape from, oh, you know. Alright.
Come on, you two. The silence is getting unnerving.
Don't worry about it. We're focusing.
Nearly there now.
Finally.
Boy, the rune.
Carve along that. Wow. Yonai. We made it.
Beautiful, isn't it? Why, I remember once. Brother, look out!
Miss me?
Run, boy! Cross the bridge!
No! I'm a god too! I can do this! Get off him!
Really?
Baldur, let him go. Take me instead. I'll do whatever you... Shut up.
All this time, I thought I needed you. But you're just meat. Turns out the boy is the brains.
No! You broke the gate! That was our only way to Yonai!
Stupid son of a bitch.
Get out of here, boy.
Yes, by all means, Junior, run away. Let Daddy do all the heavy lifting for you.
Ah! Let go!
Calm down, boy. You are not ready for this.
I am ready!
And here I thought my family was fucked up. Oh, your father is right, boy. You are far from ready. Now would you be so kind as to hold this for me? Thank you.
Atreus!
give up?
Stay away from the sun!
Weak. You won't stop me. I will break you. Why won't you die?
Damn, Boulder is just taking.
Who's activated the bridge? Hey, I asked you a question.
It's locked in. And when the bridge opens, the full weight of Asgard will come crashing down on you. It's over.
Is it? So be it. No! Listen to me!
Let me out! Let go of it now or I will kill him. You know I will. What did you do?
Boy,
I'm here.
stay still. You will listen to me and not speak a word. I am your father, and you, boy, are not yourself. You are too quick to temper. You are rash, insubordinate, and out of control. This will not stand. You will honor your mother and abandon this path you have chosen. It is not too late. This discussion is far from over. We are here because of you, boy. Never forget that.
Yeah. If he hadn't shot that arrow in him, he wouldn't. not too sure if it catches the fact that I have like achievements going on here, but yeah.
Wow, it's cold. This is hell?
Not just hell. Worst place in hell you could have put us.
I see a ship.
Get us there. It only takes us halfway to Tyr's temple, but at least it gets us far from here. For 1,000 mortal lifetimes, the Bridgekeeper kept the living out of this place. But now that you've ripped his heart out, here we are. Funny how it all comes around.
Pay for what he said about Mother.
Boy.
That wasn't me.
Okay then, I'll try to do that then. Yeah.
Was me. But we're gods. We can do whatever we want.
Turn away, boy.
That's what I said to your mother right before I gave it to her.
It wasn't me. I couldn't have done that.
Do not dwell on those thoughts. Not here.
Yeah,
We must keep moving.
yeah.
Nope, but that's what you look like when you're doing shit like that. That's,
Ed, what was that?
Not just the old and sick come to Helheim, so do the criminals. Hell must not draw a distinction between us and those whom these visions are meant to torture.
How do we stop it?
Escape Hell as soon as possible.
I'm not gonna let it bother me. Like you said, Mimir, it was just an illusion. That wasn't me.
No. But it is who you have become of late.
I know I gotta think. But I'll get us out. Whoever I am.
I will get us out. You will follow orders.
But maybe that's not who I am.
It had better be. Now let me focus.
Don't mean to hurry you, but faster?
Let me think.
Damn. Well. Okay, so when those travelers come up, I can go ahead and just take them out there. Seems to be handing these chaos flames out in particular fashion. There's something about this little thing that actually allows me to, just don't know how I'm supposed to go here. Do I go this way? No, there's no grip over there. Oh. I guess I'm supposed to do this. Yep, there we go. Don't think I'm going to be coming back this way, so I might as well go ahead and get up all the ore. I'll play for another like 3 hours. Or, no, 2 hours,
Wait.
I should say.
I think I see Baldur up ahead.
No. No, I would never
Stay out of sight.
This.
Listen.
You had no right.
I had every right. I am your mother.
You had no right, witch. I can't taste. I can't smell. I can't even feel the temperature of this room. Feasting, drinking, women. It's all gone.
You will never
Gone.
have to feel pain again. Death has no power over you now. You would rather die?
Never feel again? Yes. Yes. I would rather die. Yes. Take it away, Mother.
I can't.
Please. Please, please take it away.
It doesn't work like that. Son, trust me, in time, you will thank me. You will thank me.
Come on. No. Yes. I won't. Come on. Ruin my life.
Honey, we can figure this out, I promise. Trust me, I know how to.
Can't fix it. Come on. Do it! Do it! Come on! Coward. I never want to see you again. Never.
Freya is his mother. Why did you keep this from us, Head?
Would you believe it slipped my mind?
I would not.
I'm at a loss. I assure you have no reason to keep such a thing a secret.
There's the boat. We will speak more of this soon.
I'm a coward.
I say, I think I stopped before I got out of here. But man, shit, I do not remember Boulder being that pathetic. And that's even in a sense sympathetic too. So yeah. But we got the right Harden's photo on hands. Still, I mean. That noise should have attracted both.
I will have much to do after I kill you.
Who is that?
We must hurry.
Real quick, I'm kind of curious about the recent SCOTUS thing and whatnot. I wonder, did Ben Shapiro ever make a video on it, by any chance? Let's look at his thing here, because if he did do it, did make a video on it.
Oh.
Let's see here. Nah, he doesn't have anything on there. At least not yet. Daily Wire. Okay. Well, I wasn't really expecting anything from Ben Shapiro, the Daily Wire, or anything like that with regards to the recent SCOTUS ruling. That's going to be coming out in a month or two. Quick SCOTUS ruling leak. Let's see what people are talking about, saying about it right now. Kind of curious what kind of oh, nice. Yeah, a lot of people are talking about this on Twitter, apparently. So. Just kind of going through this real quick, making sure to see if I recognize any particular names here. Well, anyways, doesn't really matter. Figure I'd just take a little bit of a peek there, just to see what's being said. Time to get back to gameplay. Trying to find another room. Ah. There's the other one. I should have noticed it with those these little things coming out of it. I guess I did. Okay. Point of blood mead. I wonder what the blood mead is for.
Not entirely sure this is seaworthy.
She will do. Give me space to work.
Let me help. What can I do?
You have done enough.
What am I supposed to do here? Tyr's ship. Let's look that up. Tyr's ship. Oh. Huh. Didn't properly put that back. Okay, that's like something else there. Okay. Here we go. Ah, okay, I see. I didn't see this when it was coming up here.
The sails are intact. We're moving.
Great. Just bear in mind this boat can only take us part of the way. Tyr's temple is near the top of a tremendous waterfall, which, sadly, we are downstream. That means even if we get there intact, we'd still need to sail up a waterfall somehow.
The Vanir built the greatest ship that ever was, and it can fly.
Skiflotnir? Yeah, because it was designed to fly. This was not.
Nevertheless, this is the boat we have. We may do.
And perhaps the biggest iceberg I've ever seen.
At least the fire's making heat. What now? Chopping it?
Give your father.
So now the sails are loose?
Just watch.
Pulling the sails down? But how are they gonna catch the wind? We're floating! The heat from the fires! We're actually floating! And we're stuck again.
Not for long. Stay with the boat.
I can't believe it. You just made a huge sky lantern. Lodged on this bridge. Shark can't help it.
I said stay on the boat.
Staying on the boat.
Oh wait, hold on. Why is this so low texture?
This ship's stuck on this bridge over here.
Ah, there we go. I knew I was supposed to go there. Okay, now I know how this is supposed to go now. of these like chests here are so low poly count. I get it's supposed to be hell, but hell should have more detail than just this. Like this, it's like a very low poly count in terms of the textures.
Stuck on this bridge over here.
Same one here. There's supposed to be a lot more definition and detail here, but it's like, jeez.
Wait for me there.
We need to talk, brother. You do realize it's over, don't you? Even if we make it back to Midgard, you and Baldur destroyed the only gate to Jotunheim. We are out of options. And that boy up there, he's in 9 kinds of pain. His head's turned so far around.
Atreus is not your concern.
Well, he might become everyone's concern if you don't do something. You don't have to be the smartest man in the world to see that.
Atreus,
I can help?
together now.
We did it. We're free.
Hold on. Bring up OBS here.
We are going to get out of here.
Face me, father. It is time to end this.
Yes, my son. It is time.
No,
It's that voice again. Do you know who that is?
I do not know.
Iceberg! One guy!
Hold on!
Putting out the fire! Stop it!
Harpoon! I will free us!
don't think I've ever actually gotten to this point. I think I stopped way before then.
Ed, how long before we reach the temple?
Yeah, it's freezing.
As long as we maintain this speed and those fires don't go out, we should be there in no time, lad.
Why
on real quick. I want to kind of look for something in the moment I just thought of. GDC. Players, tyrants. Let's see. There was this interesting GDC thing that I was hoping to be able to get to, but apparently I'm not able to find it. So yeah, I was gonna make that subject of another video at some point, just to see exactly what it is that we're referencing. Primarily in response to Upper Echelon Gaming, who has like become a total fucking chud. I mean, so. Well, Upper Echelon Gamers, I should say. In fact, let's see what he's been posting as of recently. Twitter is melting down over Elon Musk sale. Remember Black Lives Matter? Oh yeah, he's gonna talk about burning down cities and all that kind of shit. Pretty obvious what he's gonna talk about there. Corporate gaming versus Russia? Huh. Gotta wonder about that one. I feel like Kotaku has actually gotten a lot better when it comes to the whole journalism route in terms of gaming. They haven't really been coming out with too many flawed vehicles or arguments in that regard. So yeah. Not too much. It's pretty much the same old stick with him. So yeah, let's get back onto the game here. Hoping to be able to bring up something else that I could talk about and we can discuss. But yeah.
Amir, how's the fire staying lit?
Would you believe magic?
Or those blades?
We need to lose that harpoon!
It is time, my son. Look around at what you have done.
Come on, we gotta go!
You saw.
There's no time, look! I have a plan! Jump!
That was your plan? You're both cracked!
We are leaving this realm. Now.
As long as we didn't wreck our way back.
This is Odin's. I'd recognize his atrocious taste anywhere.
I think this is where Odin brought all his best clues about Jotunheim.
A search for any trace of Jotunheim Tower remains fruitless. Not only in Midgard, but in all realms in which the tower once stood, there is now only a mystic echo of what was. Had it been destroyed by might, some remnant would remain. But this magical vestige, suggests magical means, exists somewhere. A horde of royal spies continues to grow. I cannot doubt someday we will find it, wherever it may be hidden. Okay, so that's Odin talking then. Cute. Eye of the Outer Realm. Epic enchant, bonus to all stats. Must be an Odin artifact. Maybe put it out there.
signal about Tyr. Odin must have stolen it. But why?
He always has his reasons. Might I have a look? Well, this is most unexpected.
Why? What does it mean?
I haven't the foggiest. Isn't that unexpected?
Head.
Look, clearly that's Tyr. Traveling somehow. Perhaps magically. But what's that to do with the giants that they should devote a shrine to it? I'm afraid that is none too clear.
What are those runes in the corners?
Not runes. Symbols from different lands. They mean...
War.
Aye.
How do you...
This one I know too well.
Oh.
His eyes. They are jewels. Like yours.
No doubt signifying the gift of sight the giants granted us. Give me a closer look. Interesting. Very interesting.
What is that?
Secret plans concealed by Tyr so none could access but him. And those few others the giants trusted. And right under Odin's nose, ho ho ho! I did promise I'd get you to Jotunheim.
What do you mean, Head? You said we were out of options.
Don't you see, brother? Odin never gave up hope, and neither should we. He knew there was a clue in here, but we're the ones who found it. These plans are for a key to some chamber Tyr's kept hidden. I don't know where it's leading or what we'll find, but it's a path.
How do we make this key?
I suggest we ask a dwarf.
Yep.
That symbol on the temple door. It's a bunch of runes together. Peace, unity, hope, other things too.
Tyr's own design. He made this door himself.
Oh. Interesting.
Boy. Before... when you... saw...
I didn't see anything.
You did not see me with someone. An old man.
What old man? Can we go?
Yes. Very well.
So wait a second. Kratos is able to see his stuff, but Atreus isn't able to see.
All right, let's get back to Midgard and see about
Kratos's.
making that key. Where's
What's
that
up with
dwarf?
that? What is up with that, after wondering? Oh wait, hold on. Before we go back there. Okay then.
Why did you not tell us Baldur is the son of Freya?
He is! It's shocking every time I hear it, and yet obviously I know it. When I think about Baldur and Freya...
Mimir?
Yes, lad?
Freya.
How's that, brother?
Ed, tell me Baldur's vulnerability.
Baldur is blessed with invulnerability to all threats, physical or magical.
Wait, what is happening?
He is bewitched not to speak of what he knows.
I am? I am! Oh, that's it precisely. I wonder how long that's been so. Since she had my head at her mercy, or back when I figured out Baldur's weakness.
Mimir,
Yes, lad?
you just said you figured out Baldur's weakness.
Did I? But Baldur is blessed with invulnerability to all threats, physical or magical.
Enough. This means there is a way. If he troubles us again, we will find it. Can you make it?
Is it a weapon? Armor? Or likewise an instrument of war, of which I'm a master at shaping? No? Then forget it. Even if I wanted to make such an insignificant gewgaw, I'm liable to chink my tools working on something so delicate and ladylike.
Then shingle it. Pattern weld the item with scap slag. Keep the layers thin. Alternate the overlay.
Okay, smart guy. And where do you propose to find a lump of quality scap slag? Last time I saw one, I could still get rigid down south. Shut your mouth, is that... Where did you...
I had to get my hands dirty.
Well, don't just stand there. Let's do this.
What? You're fine with working on something that's not a weapon?
Oh, hell, why not? What? I can grow too.
Oh, watch the spine. Keep your wrist loose.
No, you keep your wrist loose. Yeah, I need more heat here.
Coming up. You gonna temper that steel longer?
You don't need to.
I like how Atreus is smiling there. He's just so glad to see those two working together. So yeah.
You clever little beaver. Never too late to learn a new trick, is it?
No, it's not. Yeah.
Here it is.
Nope. Don't forget this. Oh, quit your grinning. It's downright unsettling.
It's just nice to see you together. But now the rune on your brand looks different.
Yeah, price of reforging something what broke.
I knew it. You two love each other.
Oh, cut it out, princess. You're gonna get me all weepy.
I like the new one better. Don't you?
We have work to do.
This is honestly very great. It's very touching too, I have to say.
No.
Okay.
My brother and me got a new project, now that we're on speaking terms.
What do you want?
With the whetstone and hammer you've retrieved for us, Brog and I can construct the Dvegrathikar, dwarven armor of legend.
We just need 3 more mythical ingredients before we set to hammer.
Which are...
Dunno. Armor's pure legend, and the details is fuzzier than a wolver's butthole.
You expect us to find parts from a legend?
Oh, Motsognir the Dwarf King found 2 of them. Everyone knows that. But when he went looking for the 3rd...
Poof! He vanished. Maybe he'll find some clues at his stronghold in Konungsgard.
And looky here. A Konungsgard entry stone. It's got your name on it. How fucking strange. The stronghold's northwest of here, behind the Svartalfheim Realm Tower.
Large stone structure, creepy atmosphere. You'll know it when you see it. The Huldra brothers, back in action again. Oh, I can't wait to get started.
Never think I'd see such a day we was back to building as a duo. But it feels right, especially for this. Been so used to building on my own all these years, almost forgot how dang useful an extra pair of hands is.
I forgot how much easier it is to smelt scap slag with someone else gauging the temperature.
Junior?
Using a runic summon, arrows will deal additional status damage for 8 seconds. Not some potency, Atreus will sometimes not some Kratos. Enemies choked by Atreus will take increased damage. Increases stun damage once inflicted upon Atreus. Atreus is melee attack.
What next? Say the word, kid. Oh, you make up your mind? Now, about that other thing.
There isn't really much for me to upgrade beyond this, so yeah. Let's see how much time I've actually got on the stream, collectively speaking now. I like almost about 7 hours and 42 minutes, so, yeah, alright. Tears Lost Unity Belt. Yeah, okay, let's go ahead and get Tears Lost nothing now.
Okay, what's good? Well,
Okay.
next time.
Let's go ahead and get that little armor there. That's really, really mythical for them.
Now we just need to figure out what door this key opens. It has to be somewhere around the temple. Oh, you're right. Now that we got the key, we can open that big door anytime we want. Let's explore. Mimir, why did you say Tyr felt responsible for what Odin did to the giants?
There was an incident shortly after the forging of Mjolnir, when Tyr arranged a diplomatic meeting between Odin and the giant kings. Well, this was when the Long War was young, and victory was still a thing dreamed of, and the Jotnar might have tipped the balance between Aesir and Vanir. Odin had persuaded Tyr that the hammer was merely a deterrent, a means to broker peace from a position of strength. Tyr was hopeful to convince all parties they would prosper best through peace. He knew the giants were deeply concerned about the hammer, a super weapon in hands they did not trust. But they trusted Tyr. Tyr always believed the best in people, and taking Odin at his word in his desire for peace, he brought the Raven King to Jotunheim. From there, things unraveled quickly. The giants anticipated Odin's trickery and exposed his true agenda to spy and steal their secret wisdom. With magics, they expelled Odin from their realm and cursed him never to return. Frustrated, Odin visited his fury upon the giants of Midgard. Thor unleashed Mjolnir's might upon any giant he could find. None could stand against the tide of slaughter that followed. And at last, it seems, with Tyr's aid, they retreated. The tower disappeared, no giants could be found in Midgard, and no man nor god has set foot in Jotunheim since.
To the end of the story, so. Sounds like Rock and Sindri are there.
Look here.
It says, "Glory to Motsignir, the Dwarf King. May his reign be long, prosperous, and filled with peace."
After many winters, the stronghold of Kjensgaard is complete. Motsignir has invited all citizens to attend the grand ceremony in the throne room. There we await the calming words of our king, who promises everlasting safety, prosperity. This new land is even more fertile than Veithurgard, and with rain as our stalwart sentry, we fear not from the reavers, dark elves, or any malevolent force. The reign of King Motsignir is truly blessed by Tyr himself. All hail the Dwarf King, protector of man. Sounds like they actually like this Dwarf King. The people in Veithurgard sure didn't. Wonder what changed. Well, I don't know.
Greetings, and welcome to Konungsgard. I just want to make sure you're good and prepared before heading in any further. There's all manner of nastiness left over from the Mad Dwarf King's foul practices.
What kind of practices?
Oh, various sacrificing, dark enchantments, blood, magic, and so forth. Quite common among the older dwarves, unfortunately. Old habits are hard to break. Let's get to it. Sometimes the best purchase is the one we don't.
Whoa. Look, it's another dragon.
I see it, boy.
Chained. I hope we can find the binding shrines. This place is huge.
Nicely done.
Well, gotta love that shit then. Oh, there's the dragon. Pretty big one, too. Oh yeah, that's right. I meant to kill that. me just see what time we are on right now, just to make sure I know exactly how long I'm going to be playing for. I think I've got like another hour going through here, so yeah. Let's see here. Yep, about like one more hour. So yeah. I'd say about like 1 hour and 6 minutes. What are we playing for? Should be a solid 9 hours soon then.
That's an impressive front door. These materials must be pretty special to make a legendary armor.
This legendary armor better be worth the trouble.
But if Brock and Sindri make it together, I'm sure it's worth the effort. Don't you trust them at least?
I trust you, Atreus. I do not trust the legend.
Oh.
Enemies ahead!
Fighting some hell!
I'm fine.
I'll just let it play out.
Hang on!
Oh wait.
Fire, right side!
That was significantly easier. Sometimes it's just like the luck of the encounter in times, you know? Sometimes you just get lucky. Oh boy, I was wondering, was my game going to go ahead and crash on me? If it was, I was just going to start screaming at it. Okay. Just gonna backtrack and just make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, yeah, there's no way this is gonna...
Watch out! Hit ya!
Not too hard.
I will be coming back here at some point, so... Okay. There we go.
Atreus, to me.
Okay, so this is gonna unlock something here, I guess.
Whoa! I'm not ready.
Wolver, behind you, brother! Behind you!
Yeah, over here. Hopefully I'll be able to get through this game's content by Wednesday. Which I don't think is possible, really. But, yeah. I should have started last week. But oh well. Oh wait, that's right. Okay. Alright.
Stone number 2. This place is even bigger than Vadergard.
Yes. The Dwarf King's reach appears vast.
Wonder what happened to him.
'Tis a great mystery, even amongst the sons of Ivaldi. Mortsognir's behavior before his disappearance grew increasingly erratic.
Why?
The Devegrathikar, the very armor you find yourself searching for. Though he found two, I'd wager his failure to find the third ingredient drove him to madness.
two make quite a formidable duo.
Okay.
There he is.
There are a few ways to find out, but they're rather messy.
I guess it doesn't matter.
fuck?
It's over. It is over, isn't it? One round down.
You'd think this dragon would be a bit more supportive, seeing how we're trying to free it.
Ready yourself, boy!
Need more time.
Okay.
Here. Boy.
Yes, sir. This is good to know.
Much like Otyr of Vethegard, Regin has been conscripted as a head sentry of Koninskard. Though he may occasionally struggle against his bindings, he takes great pride in his task. His thunderous breath, while extraordinarily dangerous, is merely his way of expressing pride. However, do take caution during weekly maintenance of the dragon shrines. Regin will attempt to use his breath on you. This is not meant as an attack, but it is merely his own cheeky way of passing the time. But make sure you vacate the area immediately because it will kill you. All rumors of Regin's presence attracts the dark elves of Alfheim is pure fiction. King Mozengard will protect us from all beasts, as he has done time and time again. Yeah, I don't believe any of this. Pretty much my thoughts exactly.
Prepare yourself!
God damn it, what the fuck? Seriously.
Watch your back! Have you considered a tactical retreat?
Fuck. God damn it, I nearly had him. I nearly fucking had him. He just jumps into the air constantly. Fucking Christ. God damn. God damn, man. Fuck.
Well, yeah. Still seems like the right thing. Come here. Why did the dwarf king want this armor so badly? What's so special about it?
There are many legends behind the Dve Grathikar. A suspicious amount of legends, which make confirming anything about this particular armor difficult. But the one constant among them is the ability of the armor to offer ultimate protection. A useful attribute for an unpopular king, you see.
Yet this plagued land is all that remains of him. This is why you do not trust legends, boy.
Well, what can you trust?
Yourself, your eyes, your instincts. Blind trust in a legend is a gamble, and rarely does it pay off.
If you say so. Looks like it needs 3 entry stones. Still won't open? Looks like we need 3.
God damn it.
Enemies are strong here. Keep your guard up.
We're in. Okay. Here we go. Huh. It's kind of run down in here.
What did you expect?
I don't know. Less ruin, I guess? Maybe the throne room's in better shape.
Here, boy. Another one.
Starkather. Wow. That's a lot of arms.
That's fair to say.
6, 7, 8? Could he shoot 4 bows at once?
More of a swordsman. He did only have the 2 eyes.
Looks like Thor cut him down to size.
It's what he does.
Kill 51 ravens, okay.
Do you hear that?
No. What do you hear, boy?
Crying. And screams. Large crowd of people.
Just old spirits, I suppose. Leftover victims of the Mad Dwarf's reign. Still, that's rather ominous.
They're getting louder. They sound almost like... Helllock!
God damn. Almost had him too. I just needed to not be stupid there for a second.
Do you hear that?
No. What do you hear, boy?
Crying. And screams. Large crowd of people.
Just old spirits, I suppose. Leftover victims of the Mad Dwarf's reign. Still, that's rather ominous.
They're getting louder. They sound almost like... Helllock! A lot of Hellwalkers. Hey, look at this. A blood fell.
There's a passage behind this throne.
A secret passage.
Well, wouldn't be a proper throne room without a secret passage.
True.
Monsignor. The things you pulled from him. Those must be the 3 mythical ingredients Brock was talking about.
I can say with utmost certainty that I've never laid eye on a stranger set of objects in my life.
How are Brock and Sindri supposed to build with... whatever they are?
Don't count the dwarves out, lad. They're right pricks, but they're resourceful. They once made an unbreakable chain out of little more than a cat's footstep and bird spit.
That doesn't even make sense.
Well, that's the legend. If you wanted sense, you shouldn't be talking to a severed head.
Good point there. Okay. I was gonna let myself die on that one, and we're gonna come back to that as we can. Yeah. actually, you know what? I think it's about time I stop right now, because we're getting about close to the time. At 9-hour mark. Hold on. Let me see if I've reached it yet. And we will go ahead and continue tomorrow then. Hold on. Let's see here. When is the 5th? Yeah, the 5th is like Thursday. So, let's see here. I'm about close enough to the 5-hour mark where I'm about ready to call it a day. So, if you guys have made it to this end, which I appreciate it, thank you very much for staying here at around the 9-hour mark, or as close as it's going to get. Please like, comment, subscribe, click the notification bell below, and yeah, and if you don't like it, make sure to give a thumbs down so I can go ahead and get some feedback, but make sure to leave a comment whenever you do. Talk to you later. See you guys soon, and have a nice time.